Yes, Sandra, the White House paused all military aid to Ukraine, saying that Ukraine really needs to show that they're committed to peace. And Zelensky has faced a lot of calls to apologize to President Trump after that meltdown that we saw in the Oval Office last week. But just this morning, Vice President Vance seemed to suggest that that could happen privately.
President Zelensky needs to say that he's committed to the peace, or President Zelensky needs to apologize to the president. The public stuff doesn't matter nearly as much as what are the Ukrainians doing to meaningfully engage on what a peaceful settlement would look like. And that lack of private engagement is what is most concerning to us.
Zelensky trying to make things right shortly after posting in part, "We are ready to work fast to end the war, and the first stages could be the release of prisoners and truce in the sky, ban on missiles, long-range drones, bombs on energy and other civilian infrastructure, and truce in the sea immediately if Russia will do the same." Our meeting in Washington at the White House on Friday did not go the way it was supposed to be. It is regrettable that it happened this way. It is time to make things right. We would like future cooperation and communication to be constructive. It wasn't a direct apology there, but we're awaiting word from the White House on whether that maybe comes in a phone call. Now, ending the war is expected to feature heavily in the president's address to a joint session of Congress tonight. So is the economy after President Trump enacted tariffs on Mexico and Canada. Prime Minister Trudeau saying this.
What he wants is to see a total collapse of the Canadian economy, because that'll make it easier to annex us. He can do damage to the Canadian economy, and he's started this morning. But he is rapidly going to find out, as American families are going to find out, that that's going to hurt people on both sides of the border.
Now, officials here say the president will talk a lot tonight about spending cuts, but he will make one request for spending as it relates to the border so they can continue those deportation efforts.
The President of the United States.
What's going on, everyone? We are live inside of the U.S. Capitol. Can I yell in here? Can I yell in here? There's chandeliers everywhere. There's a giant marble fireplace right there. We'll show you all of it in just a second. But this, ladies and gentlemen, will be historic tonight. Donald Trump's first joint address to Congress, and it will be just rowdy. We've heard rumors that there's going to be a lot of sniping and a lot of snipping and a lot of antics from libs. But ladies and gentlemen, we will be covering all of it in a exciting stream right here live from Speaker Johnson's office. We'll be here all night. We'll be covering straight through the speech. We'll have live responses all the way up to it. And then afterward, when some people with the last name Trump may be joining us, maybe Speaker Johnson may be joining us. Who knows? Who knows? Who could know? But we are thankful for the Speaker for lending us this gorgeous, gorgeous area. We are here inside. We've never done a stream in a massive chandeliered, gold-plated, marbled fireplace. And the first thing I asked inside of this incredible office was, can we light a fire? And they told me they'll kick me out. They'll call security if I did it. And so we're not going to light the fire, but I think Donald Trump will be on fire tonight. Now, somebody who knows President Trump very well, joining us right now, live at the table finally,
amazing,
is Senator Britt. What's going on? High fives.
Look, I'm so excited. This is going to be lights out tonight. And you talk about the snipping from Democrats. Look, bring it on. I mean, Donald Trump is winning. Everything he said he would do, Penny, he's doing. And tonight he's going to lay it out in front of the American people, and he's going to give them hope again. And you're going to be sitting in this chandelier-filled room. and I cannot wait to get your live takes afterwards. I can't wait.
Yeah, so we've heard rumors they're going to be chirping, okay? We heard that they're going to be chirping.
I mean, bring it.
Okay. All right.
Don't
What's
you
gonna,
think?
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know. What are you gonna do? So AOC apparently is gonna have egg cartons. What do you think about that? She's gonna have empty egg cartons. Now, maybe that's a metaphor for something else. I don't know.
Maybe. Where have her egg cartons been for the last 4 years?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's right.
honest to gosh, like you see how out of touch they are, and they can't even coalesce around a message. That's because Donald Trump is literally moving at lightning speed. I think that's exactly what he'll do tonight. He's gonna drill down for the American people and say, here's the plan, here's what I've achieved, here's what I'm going to achieve, and here's how here's how we're gonna continue to make America prosperous, how we're gonna actually give you back the American dream. And the Democrats are lost right now because this is what winning looks like.
Is there a plan other than like kind of just letting Donald Trump like have his way with these people? Because what we hear is that President Trump has
the best scoop. So go ahead and tell me what
President Trump. Our friends at the White House say that Trump is ready to roast him. Right? It's going to be like a live roast. It's going to be like SNL.
100%. I think if he knows who they are, do you know what I'm saying? If it's someone that is, recognizable, I'd watch out if I were them, because you better believe he may zing them. They come at him, Donald Trump will come right back at you. Don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, listen,
we want decorum.
It's not the time.
Hey, we want decorum. We want people to respect the space.
Yeah.
But if they get rowdy, I mean, he's not going to stand by and let that happen. He's not going to do it.
Yeah.
Period.
Okay.
I don't think so. So
what do you expect to hear from the man?
look,
what's he going to do?
I think he's going to tell us the exciting things. He's going to recap this first 7 weeks. I mean, all the things that he talked about on the campaign trail, things that normal people talk about and then never do, Donald Trump has immediately put into action. You know, whether it's making sure that biological men cannot play women's sports, whether it's unleashing American energy, whether it's actually securing our border. I expect he'll drill down on that one, Benny, because think about this. You rewind back to President Biden when he told us because we did not pass a bipartisan immigration bill, he could not secure the border. It was out of his hands. Donald Trump has proven that to be an actual lie, because in the first 7 weeks, by executive action alone, he has dropped us to the lowest rate coming over the border that we have ever seen since we've been recording encounters at the border. So it's remarkable. And I think you'll see him continue to roll out those plans and tell us how he's also going to make America prosperous, but he's also going to make America strong. And by that means peace across the globe. And I think you'll hear him lay that out and announce some big things tonight too.
So, okay, have you gotten a preview of the speech?
No, you probably have a better one. We have some ideas. We have some things that we're told he's going to talk about, but your intel is always next level. I come and check what you're saying to actually fact check it against what I was told in conference or what. Do you not agree? I mean, I think you probably have some good insight.
All right. So you're the youngest senator.
Yeah.
Are you the youngest senator?
I'm the youngest female.
Okay.
I'm the youngest Republican female ever elected, and up until Ashley Moody joined us a few weeks ago, I was the only Republican female with school-age kids. Like, there was one, it was me, that's it. So I'm excited to have Ashley alongside me now, and it's actually, it's super fun right now. This is such a difference from the first 2 years. I mean, where you felt like you were beating your head up against the wall, where, you couldn't achieve things for the American people. Both being in the majority and having Donald Trump's leadership, it changes the game for the American people, and getting to be a part of that progress and cementing that stuff. Benny, it's really fun. It's really rewarding. Obviously, we have a lot more hard work to do. You'll hear that tonight, I believe, too, from President Trump. Like, hey, here's what we've already achieved, but let me tell you where we're going to go. And it's exciting because I think we are changing the foundation for my kids and changing the foundation for the next generation, cementing the country, cementing our values, cementing the opportunity that we believe in so much, that we saw literally the last 4 years, just like removing, it just was like out of reach, it seemed. And it's back. And so that hope and that energy, that's what we're going to carry forward.
So why do young people love Trump so much? Like boomers and older, like 65 plus, they don't actually like Trump. Trump's below water. But with young people, Trump's at like 60%.
Well, I'll have to say one thing. My grandmother, who's going to be 100 next week, loves him.
Sure.
Loves him. So she's helping in that demographic. But I think young people are just so sick of the same old, same old. They want people who do what they say. They want people who speak common sense. And they want people to actually achieve results. I mean, you think about what we've seen with President Biden over the last 4 years. I mean, absent him, obviously not being in command of who he was or what he was doing, they always made excuses to the American people and continued to put Americans last. Like that generation, every generation, but that one sees that the opportunities that were there for their parents and their grandparents aren't there for them. And Donald Trump is saying, I will fight for you. I will put you first. Like I will get everyone else out of the room and I'm gonna put you back in line. And I think people are excited. I mean, look at things like buying a home, Benny. Like that's part of the American dream. You have your family and your children and you want to buy this home. Used to, people were buying it at 28. Now 39 is the first time you get to buy it. I mean, you look at the world your kids are being educated in. I mean, for me as a mom, that educational experience and opportunity, I mean, that's what changes the game for kids moving forward. And I see for so many kids across the country that being put out of reach. And that's why people like Secretary McMahon, and coming in and being able to change that are so important. But it's every one of these cabinet secretaries, every one of these people, they are people that believe in Donald Trump's vision. They aren't going to take no for an answer, meaning they're going to work hard to achieve a result, not do same old. People who make excuses and don't fight for the people that they serve. That day is gone with Donald Trump, and they know that they can believe in him and believe in where he's going to lead the nation. And I'm excited. I'm excited that all of these pro-family, pro-America, I mean, the patriotism is back, and the hope and the opportunity. And he's willing to do hard things to achieve what is necessary for the people of this country. And I think we're all grateful to have someone finally stand up for us and not kowtow to others.
I think it's freaking sweet. I think it's sweet that like kids are down with Trump. I think it's awesome that Donald Trump is like winning the like under 35 vote.
Yeah.
And I feel that, man.
Yeah.
I feel that as a young parent to another young parent.
Yes.
I
love it.
This is the way. It's going to be a rowdy night.
It is.
Okay. In closing here, what's your message to AOC with her empty egg cartons?
I mean, everything she does is empty. So I think that's, do you know what I'm saying? Isn't that?
Yeah.
And to try to hear her explain some stuff. I love when like Jason Smith the other day was like, who's going to tell her? Because it's like, I think she has been so far out of touch with where the American people are. And that's just the very opposite of Donald Trump. I mean, part of his beauty is saying, where is the country and how do I achieve what they need me to do? And so I think she's going to see tonight that she's on an island because America is excited about where Donald Trump's taken it.
That's right. On an Epstein Island? We didn't get a chance to ask about that. Fine. Perfect. Okay. Next time. All right. Fine.
Hey,
luckily for me, I have Burchett loaded up here. He's ready to
go. He will come.
In.
He will come. Double barrel, guns ablazing, as always.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much, Senator.
Thank you.
It's awesome
Thank
to have you.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Appreciate it.
You bring so much energy. It's
Thank
going to be
you.
great. We'll see you on the floor.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, we're
Enjoy
ready.
your official senator's walk-in.
Yes, we do. It's very
austere,
senatorial.
Right? Everyone, the monks are chanting.
Very
home.
yes,
senatorial. That's right. Who are you wearing? Who are you wearing?
I'm wearing tennis shoes.
Okay. That's right. That is we call that mom fit. We call that That's the mom fit. All right, MAGA mom fit. With the MAGA Maha mom fit.
Yes. Oh my gosh, absolutely. And we got to talk about Maha too, because that has my friends so stinking excited. I mean, they are texting me about things where they have never been engaged in this stuff before. And like RFK, they were like, Katie, you need to go talk to your colleagues. If we don't get him over the finish line, no one's going to fight for our children. It's not going to happen again. I mean, so you see people are just thrilled that they have somebody that's willing to do the things that nobody else has been willing to do.
So much good energy out
Let's
there.
do it.
So much good energy out there. And Democrats can all just like make the same video where they all say the exact same thing, the same script.
Is that not bizarre?
Just really quickly, what happened there? Just really quickly.
I wonder if they were making it
Your
for
poor
like,
staff was like glaring at me.
Really
quickly, what the hell? What happened?
You know what? Hey, let me get to the bottom of that. I'm going to get back in touch with you on it because I have no idea. All right. No idea.
This is
no
super
idea.
weird. Super
no
creepy.
idea.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay. All right. NPCs. They're just literal NPCs. Okay. Thank you, Katie. Senator Katie Britt.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Everybody follow Senator Katie Britt. Everybody follow the senator. All right. Good luck out there.
Thank you. Let's do it.
Okay. Sweet. Ladies and gentlemen, rocking and rolling. We have a wild and fun evening for you. We have a very, very rowdy next guest. First, ladies and gentlemen, because Senator Katie Britt had to zip out, she's going to Laura Ingraham. Laura Ingraham. You can be on the Benny stream. Laura Ingraham. Nothing but love, and shout out to the chat, and shout out to our sponsor for this live. We have gold in the room that we are broadcasting from. It is a solid gold room. This is a solid gold moment in American history, and I think President Trump's entire speech tonight is going to be solid gold. We have some highlights loaded up of President Trump's previous State of the Union's joint addresses. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want a solid gold future, I would recommend that you go visit my friends at Advantage Gold. Advantage Gold is sponsoring this special stream, and Advantage Gold is the company that I trust with my precious metals. You might have noticed today that the crypto market, the stock market, was freaking all over the place. It was like a typhoon, up and down, and massive waves every direction. Just make sure that you're diversifying a little bit in the best performing asset class over the last 20 years. Gold up 1,000% since the housing crash of 2008. For my gold purchases, I trust Advantage Gold. If you're interested in learning more, text Benny to 85545 right now, and they'll send you a free gold investment guide. Plus, if you qualify, you can qualify for $1,000 in free silver and qualifying purchase. Remember, helping to secure your financial future starts with making informed decisions today. Again, text Benny to 85545 right now. Data and message rates apply. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professionals. Ladies and gentlemen, we consult professionals all the time on this program. We consult professionals inside of Congress. And the professional that we have loved having on this program, the very most, I would argue, when it comes to draining the swamp, or dare I say sewer, here is Tim Burchett. Tim Burchett is joining the program right now in his Carhartt jacket. And I got to tell you, you are...
I'll take a handshake.
All right. Yeah. Just that was the most classic white guy thing that ever had. It's the most classic...
Well, I started the fist bump. I don't know if you knew that or not. You can look it up on Wikipedia.
You're cooler than me. You skateboard.
Well, I make my own skateboards. It's cheaper than a psychiatrist.
So we're talking about young people here, but you're actually younger and cooler than me.
Not really.
And you created the fist bump.
I did, but I felt like it was a cure for a catastrophic disease, so I just wanted to share it with the world. So I never took any credit for it.
You gonna fist bump any Dems today on the floor of the House? Maybe you could fist bump Jim Acosta, since you ended his career.
I don't know about
Jim
ending
Acosta
his career.
sitting in the welfare line.
I hated that. Actually. I was kind of bummed out. I was like, it was like a buddy of mine who wished death on somebody one time and they died like the next day. I sort of felt like that guy.
Yikes, that's dark.
Hey, I need to give a shout out. My buddy Clay Spencer, he takes care of his Nana. He's in college. He's selling my baseball card and comic book collection for me, and he's a good dude, and he watches this show religiously. He loves you, Benny. So, Clay, say hey to Nana. Say hey to Nana, Clay.
Clay, what's up, man?
Benny.
Clay, stay based. Stay based, brother. Thank you, Clay, for watching the program. Shout out to you. Shout out to the chat. Tim Burchett. What are we thinking tonight? I hear that there's going to be chirping. I hear that libs have planned a bunch of little protests. They're going to be chirp, 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 chirp.
Oh, they'll look stupid. It's historical. If I endured Joe Biden for 4 dadgum years, AOC can drag herself in here and watch the dadgum thing. It's history. You soak up the moment and go on with it. It happens once a year. This is democracy in action. Elections have consequences, but I do think Trump is going to make an announcement on Ukraine. I think he's going to say the deal was signed on. That's my thoughts on the rare earth metals. And I think the thing on that is that, if I could go a serious moment for you.
Please.
I've thought this thing out. The rare earth metals are in areas where there's a lot of combat, apparently. So there is no way in Hades that Putin is going to risk an American losing his life. And so it was Trump playing classic Trump. Big deal. He was killing a lot of birds with one stone. He was ending a lot of the conflict, and he was signing a deal for American business. And I thought that was a pretty righteous move on his part. And I'm surprised he didn't grab Zelensky by his ears and throw him out on Pennsylvania Avenue.
He kind of did. Right?
Yeah, he kind of did.
Technically, he did.
Yeah, sort of. Technically, he did. Yeah, but
It's a lot of pride. It's got to be a lot of pride. It's like a lot of pride where you come from do that. Because when somebody comes into your house,
$250
in the South,
billion
and disrespects you,
oh.
especially if they're a freeloader, right? Especially if they're stealing your cable.
Absolutely. I mean,
Ukraine's stealing our cable, man.
Oh, they're stealing everything.
Yeah.
I mean, it's our future, and we're paying for people's retirements, and we're paying mortgages over there. I mean, literally, it's not all military aid.
Yeah.
And the war pimps are going to get rich. You'll see them start switching their portfolios. It'd be interesting to watch my congressional friends upstairs watch their portfolios change when they announce their movements. It won't just be Speaker Pelosi. It'll be a bunch of them. They'll move in a different direction. That's my thoughts.
Okay, so
feel free to make them your own, Benny.
So so do you think Trump's going to announce the mineral deal tonight?
I think he will.
He's going to announce I
might be wrong.
End of the war.
I don't know about that, but because Zelensky didn't have to come over here. He wanted to come over here. It wasn't Trump's or J.D. Vance's idea for him to come over here and do that thing. And when he came over, I don't know which Democrats he talked to. That would be interesting to know.
Yes.
Because he did, surely, and took their advice, and it was terrible advice. Terrible advice. And they just threw him under the bus.
It's Senator Chris Murphy, and he's like, they were like, hey, why don't you sound off? Why don't you be a dick to Trump in the White House? Because because
America will love that because he's not
a jerk to everybody else.
Because he's not a popular president, and man, what a stupid move. Trump's even more popular.
So that backfired. Jim Acosta
bigly
tried to come after you, and that backfired.
Now
it's really popular to have Tim Burchett on your program. Now you're writing winning legislation. Man.
Yeah, well,
you're busking, man.
I don't know.
You're busking.
But I've got to get my bill out, and I'm going to talk to Elon about it tomorrow. But like I know him, but we're funding the Taliban. We're still sending them $40 million a dadgum week.
Yeah.
And people are just blown away by that number, but it's probably more. I know President Trump said it's more like 40 billion, but I think it's probably, and it could possibly be, we think it's 12 to 15 billion if you add in all the other terrorist organizations that we're funding. They'll hate us for free.
Okay, so we cut a bunch of aid, right? We cut a bunch of dark programs. And the CIA cut out USAID. We cut a lot of this creepy stuff that's been going on, funding a lot of really weirdo stuff, right?
Oh man, transgender surgery down in Central America, pornography. Yeah. What in the world?
So, and you knew this was coming because we've talked about it extensively. What the hell's going on with this list, man?
Epstein.
What's going? You know, I had to ask.
I'm glad you did.
It's probably the only guy I'm going to ask because I love you.
Well, and I think.
What's going on there?
I was on with Geraldo last night, and he says he doesn't think it exists. I don't think it exists anymore. I think they've doctored it, and I don't think we shouldn't trust what comes out. I just think it's they've delayed it, and there was no. And she was way over her skis when she said that it's sitting on my desk. Now, why the heck would she say that? Why would she say that? I mean, she's big dogging it, and it blew up in her face. That was a stupid move.
So apparently a big dump truck full of evidence came into the DOJ after some key firings in the FBI. Do you believe that?
Yeah. I'll believe it when I see it.
Okay.
It's just like the Kennedy files and the UFO files and RFK and JFK. It's been too long, and all of a sudden, we're going to look at President Trump starts raising Cain about John F. Kennedy, and all of a sudden they find 14,000 new files just out of the blue. I mean, it's like, what is this? Raiders of the Lost Ark, warehouse that they got this stuff in. I don't know. It's ridiculous. It's a cover up. It is. The sewer is groaning right now because of Donald J. Trump. I just pray he stays healthy.
So, final takeaway message tonight. What are you going to do on the floor? Democrats start acting the fool. You going to boo them?
I'm probably I think we just need to ignore them because that's what they want. They want a reaction. And if they get in my face, I'll drop them like a bad habit, but they're not going to get in my dadgum face.
All right, Congressman.
Oh, was that on the air? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. That's something that is absolutely going to be clipped and put out there on social media by our team first. Don't you worry.
I'm sure. I'm loving it. Thank you, Benny. I appreciate the Benny bump. I'm up to almost 250,000 followers, and it's a lot due to you. I go out in all my rural areas all over the country now, and people say, I love you on the Benny Show. And thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Keep putting the truth out there.
Together.
You got it.
Lots
Save
of
our
fun.
country. Pray for our country and pray for Benny because he's a new dad.
Hey, man, rock and roll. We got 2 senators ready to rock. They've got Mr. Carhart walking off. The legend. The legend. Well, let's go both of the same. Let's just hop on. Can we just hop in?
Your one senator here, he's a former coach. I don't know. He worked at a 2-year school over there, Auburn, I believe it. I'm a UT man. He knows I'm
This is great. Okay, so we're going to bring in 2. We're going to bring in 2 senators. We're going to bring in. Can we do both senators at the same time? This is how it's made. This is how the sausage is made. Okay, here we go. Let's go. I'll move over. Here we go. Why not?
Oh, you got 3
Got a
mics.
hidden mic?
That's fancy.
Got a hidden mic and everything. All right, we're ready to go.
It's a big time show here. With
How we
3
doing,
mics,
Klein?
huh?
What's up, man? How we doing? Good? Yeah? Solid? How's that shot look? Let's have a look. Okay. All right. Looking good. Looking good. Okay. Let's scoot.
We have the same outfit.
Yep. If you can scoot on in. Yeah, there we go. If you can, yeah, okay. Perfect.
Closer.
Perfect. There we go. All right. We got Senators Tuberville and Johnson rocking and rolling. Thank you so much for being on.
Thanks for having us.
I got to tell you, you gentlemen are in for a wild night.
It's game time.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Coach. I hear that there's going to be some. I hear there's going to be some people crowing from the stands.
Well,
okay.
hey,
I hear there's going to be some stunts, some props are going to be brought in. It's going to be a rowdy. You ready for that?
Are you thinking the Democrats won't be respectful?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. AOC says she's going to bring empty egg cartons. What do you think about that?
Good for her.
You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Last 4 years I've been to this with Joe Biden. Democrats barely came, much less had any enthusiasm. So they're coming tonight. Republicans, obviously, we're going to show up. But as I said, this is kind of like an hour before kickoff, and there's more enthusiasm out in this building than it was the entire 4 years that Joe Biden was here.
So you feel that too? This is kind of like the champ's coming home.
Yeah, I mean,
Donald Trump's the returning champ.
I mean, let's face it, the legacy media, the corporate media, they're not going to report the true feelings of the American public. I mean, the American public loves the fact we secured the border. The American public loves what Elon Musk is doing, uncovering, exposing this grotesque level of waste, fraud, and abuse that is mortgaging our children's future. So the American people are behind. Not all of them, quite honestly, not nearly enough. But no, I think President Trump, I couldn't be happier with how bold, how swift, how decisive he's acting in terms of fulfilling his campaign promises. And I think, obviously people who voted for him couldn't be happier.
So you have the American people at your back. Like this is a very popular presidency, particularly with young people, which I find fascinating. So 60% approval rating for under 35, which is amazing. I never thought I'd ever see that for a Republican in my lifetime.
I've been waiting for the youth's general propensity to rebel, and rebel against these radical left professors, and literally start fighting for their freedom. And I think that has started to happen. They're realizing that government's not going to solve their problems. Government's mortgaging their future, but it's really about freedom. That's that essential ingredient that allows us to dream and aspire, build, and create this marvel of a country. And young people get it, and I couldn't be happier.
Yeah, leadership from Trump, and then you put RFK Jr. on the team, which all these young people are into nutrition and health. That really helped him. And then, of course, you throw Elon Musk in there, the richest and most popular person in the world in terms of business and common sense in terms of big tech. I mean, it was a no-brainer. And I mean, it was a runaway election. But these young people are on board. And I just hope they understand the tough times we're getting ready to go through with tariffs and some of these things like that. But Ron will tell you, our country's in trouble. We're in bad trouble. And if we don't cut back on spending and build this country back in terms of manufacturing, it's going to be tough for even President Trump and Elon Musk and all the people on board to get this thing going again.
Yes. Yes. Maha. Senator, you were like the original Maha. You were doing panels when no other senator would show up. And you were bringing in RFK and Maha moms, and that makes you beloved in that community. You saw this ahead of the game, and I think that's partly why President Trump is so beloved in the youth.
Well, the beauty about the Maha movement is completely nonpartisan. You know, and what got me involved in that is, obviously I was advocating for the vaccine injured. I was willing to acknowledge it. I was willing to question the injections. I would question the fact that they sabotaged early treatment. I questioned the fact that our response to COVID was just a miserable failure. And then that connected me to this group of doctors in this movement. But it's Bobby Kennedy that's been leading this stuff. It's those nutritionists we had on the panel. It's Dr. Casey Means. That's how I got involved. I saw that podcast with Tucker Carlson, not to mention a competitor or anything. Really? But again, and by the way, and this is what's moving this country. It's people like you. It's these podcasts where you have a longer conversation where you can get into the depth of an issue as opposed to the surface, 3 minutes we get on TV hits. This is the wave of the future, and this is a very positive development for America.
Is President Trump going to break any news tonight? Do you have any insight into what he's going to say?
Well, he's going to give his scorecard, about what he's done the first month, and he's going to give his game plan for the next couple of months. Ryan will tell you the biggest thing probably he's got to get done, other than tariffs and all those things. We got to get our reconciliation done. We got to get a bill passed for a 25 budget. If we don't do that, we're going to have huge problems. Then we got the debt ceiling. It's going to be a rough 2 weeks coming up.
Yeah. So it's a battle. It's going to be a brawl.
That's Ron. He's the one all over the numbers. And if he had his way,
you want numbers?
Yeah,
I got numbers.
Oh, he's got numbers.
No, I mean, bottom line, it's pretty simple. 2019, we spent $4.4 trillion. This year, we'll spend 7.3. It's 63% higher as our population has grown 2.6%. So what I propose is returning to some pre-pandemic level. So you can go back, and the worst case from my standpoint, if you use Trump's 2019 total outlays, increase them by population growth and inflation, use this year's Social Security and Medicare and interest, so you exempt them, we'd be spending 6.5. Now, I don't think we spent too little in 2019. That's a reasonable control. No offense to the House here, how can they be talking about a budget reconciliation that at most drops us from 7.3 to 7.1? It's completely unacceptable. So this is what Coach is talking about. There's a rocky road ahead, because there are those of us that will not agree to that minimal reduction in government.
But President Trump wants more cuts, though, by the way.
Yeah.
And he's passed that down.
Oh, nice. Oh, fantastic. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, this is amazing.
More
senators. So it's like telepathy here. I was just about to say, well done on every confirmation. Everybody's so thrilled about the confirmation process in the Senate.
Yeah, 20 out of 20.
Senators. It's been incredible. 20 out of 20, right?
Yeah. And she was one of the
one
stars.
Of them right
yeah.
here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Tulsi Gabbard is in the House, ladies and gentlemen, along with Senator Mark Wayne Mullen and Wesley Hunt. Okay, let's end in our message of unity, because it does seem like I've never seen the left so bankrupt. Right? I don't know if you saw that they're all doing the same video, where they all say the same thing. Every Democrat senator said the exact same script today, and it was really embarrassing.
Well, again,
it doesn't seem like they have anything.
They've been able to get away with it because the legacy corporate media has always backed them up, amplified their message.
That's right.
But the media lost as much as, if not more, than the Democrats did in November. And so we've got like the bullhorn of Elon Musk. The reason President Trump got all those candidates, all those nominees confirmed, because there's extraordinary people like Tulsi, like RFK Jr., like these. They are smart, they are articulate, and they're fighters. And that's what we need. We need a bunch of fighters if we're going to take this country back.
Well, they have nothing left in the gas tank. It goes to show you. My bill was on the floor last night. No men or boys against women in sports, and every one of them voted against it. That goes to show you they have an empty gas tank, because if you can't vote for that, you got huge personal problems.
Yes.
And they're clueless. They are clueless.
Yeah, 100%.
Man, so somebody who I believe would very much be in support of your bill would be the great Tulsi Gabbard. She's in the room. I don't know if she's able to come on the program, but we have Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Any message, any parting messages, senators?
No, get this group up here. They need to talk.
All right.
They're hungry.
The most intelligent woman in America. Thank
Benny.
you, senators. Thank you for
Thank you,
fighting.
Benny. Thank you.
Everyone's so proud of the Republican Senate, man, for delivering. The audience is so proud. So thank you, gentlemen.
It's been fun. First time in 4 years.
Amazing. Yes, that's right. I can't believe it, ladies and gentlemen. We're just having a party. We're just gonna throw down here. Killer Klein, how we doing? We're just gonna throw down. Wesley Hunt, what's going on?
Brother.
How we doing, G?
Fantastic.
What's going on?
How's your beautiful family?
Tulsi, can you hop in? We got an open chair. Can we just hop in?
How's your beautiful
Why
family
not?
As usual, I'm stealing Mark Wayne's thunder.
The great Tulsi.
Everybody does. Everybody. I mean, that's a low bar though. Tulsi,
Mark
Ladies
Wayne Mullen is my brother, and I bumped into him in the hall.
we're brothers. Brother. You know what I mean?
He can't say that. He can't say that though. He can't
No one
say
else
that.
could do it. Who else would bring you this? Who else would bring you this? Okay, look straight off the dome. Did you get a Captain America shield? Did you get a Captain America shield when you went to the?
Not yet. I think it's in the works.
Okay, I have a photo of you with a Captain America shield.
And
it went viral. I
This
posted it.
gentleman was very, very excited and gave me the privilege of signing his Captain America. Basically, works in my building.
It's amazing.
Amazing.
Can you unpack that? Wait, but really?
Yeah. No. Seriously.
I believe.
No, here's something that's interesting. Is I invited everyone. I went down to the lobby and I said, I'd love to say hello to everyone. And there was a huge group of people who work within the Office of Director of National Intelligence who came down. They were very kind and welcomed me there. And I heard from someone after, it's the first time any Director of National Intelligence had ever gone and said, hello and thank you for your service.
Oh, cool.
Wow.
And there was a guy who's been there from the time that this organization was created, post 9/11. He sent me an email and he said, basically, I'm so happy you're here. Now I can finally breathe.
Oh, wow.
There's a lot of work to be done.
Wow.
And a lot of trust that needs to be rebuilt. Every single day I'm there, we're peeling back the layers of the onion and getting after what the president asked me to get after was go and find all that stuff.
All that stuff that I think, on the basis of restoring trust with the American people, which is what everybody wants, right?
Exactly.
I want to be able to trust a cop. I want to be able to trust federal law enforcement.
Yep.
That trust has been eroded for decades now and abused. And so how are you going to rebuild that?
Well, it starts with transparency and then accountability. We saw very quick action was needed once we found out, thanks to our friend Chris Rufo, who got the leaks of these egregiously sexually explicit chat rooms that were going on, chat rooms that were created because of Biden's DEI program, and that were going on for over 2 years that no one had, quote unquote, discovered. Of course, once they were leaked, we shut them down immediately. We launched investigations. We fired people who were acting quite unprofessionally in these top secret chat rooms hosted by the NSA. But what we found was that there were whistleblowers who came forward throughout that 2-year period and reported up their chain of command and were told, you're wrong for reporting this.
Wow.
Step aside. So there's a lot of work to be done. Transparency and accountability and bringing that mission focus of ensuring our national security back to our intelligence community is the work that we are laser-like focused on every day.
I know you got to be one of the most important people and one of the busiest people in the entire building right now, but you got to let me know these JFK files, the RFK files, the MLK files that President Trump ordered declassified. We going to see that? Obviously, there's a little kerfuffle with the Epstein documents right now. It seems to be like there is a fortified wall that President Trump and the administration is breaking against, and who's going to win that battle?
Yeah. Well, the president will get what he promised the American people. We literally just had another meeting on the JFK declassifications today. I don't want to get ahead of an announcement that comes out of the White House. There is still some work to be done, but I expect an announcement to come very soon.
All right.
And I'll leave it there.
Okay.
I kept the seat warm for you, Mark. Great to see you.
Really quickly, President's speech tonight. Go. You must know something. You must know what's
I do.
what's the president gonna? Can you give us a little
Would
preview?
I be the director of national intelligence if I did
I said
it?
the most intelligent woman in America.
And would I be the director
The
of
woman
national
with the
intelligence if I spilled the beans before
highest
the man delivers the speech? The answer to
course
both
not.
is no. It's going to be a fantastic speech that is centered around the most important people in this country, and is the American people, first and foremost. So look forward to it. Everybody stay tuned. I'm going to head over there now.
All right.
Great to see you.
Thank you, Madame Director. Madame Director with the Captain America shield. It's real. ALX, grab me that photo. We will put it up. Grab me that photo. We'll put it up. What up?
What up,
What
bro?
up, killer?
Yeah.
What up, Chief? Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good.
You got swagger jack,
No,
man.
it's okay. Did you see
You got
how-
swagger
Did you
swagger
see
jack.
how
Tulsi comes
intimidated-
walking
did you see
in.
how intimidated he is by me? His forehead is sweating.
Tucker comes
just
walking.
You're
Really?
intimidated. Oh, he's totally intimidated. by me.
Really?
Oh, completely.
No, I heard this. I
He
heard
is.
that
He
people
is.
from
Yeah.
Texas
Oh my
get
God.
really offended by people from Oklahoma.
Well, because we know we win at everything. That's why we're on top of them.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay, got it. You know, I think he has.
We are their foundation.
I think he has shotguns actually in his shirt. He has shotgun shells. No. The man's.
We talked about it.
non-gun,
He has
the
injection
non-gun.
ports on each side of those arms.
She's jealousy. It's pure jealousy.
I don't think we can zoom in enough to show you, but ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, Wesley Hunt is the best dressed member of Congress. I'll declare it right now on the stream. We're zooming. We're zooming. Here we go. We're zooming. We're zooming in. Look at these. There's a shotgun. These are 12 gauge. These are 12 gauge.
It's 9mm.
This is 12 gauge. 12 gauge shells right there for the cufflinks. Sharp.
So overkill. You know,
We're from Texas.
Yes.
Jealousy.
I mean, no, I admit he's the best dressed guy. Benny, there's no question about it. But he's making up for shortcomings.
Okay.
Being from Texas, is that what you're trying to say?
There's a lot of meanings in that.
This is gonna end in someone flipping the table.
I'm not
It's
fighting,
gonna,
no.
yeah. It's gonna,
You guys kids cauliflower.
Real
here.
Housewives of the
This
South.
is a personal rule of mine. You don't fight that cauliflower.
Boys, we hear there's gonna be some chirping. We hear there's gonna be some yapping from the left over President Trump's speech, because Donald Trump's gonna walk in like Hulk Hogan at the Royal Rumble 1992. He's gonna have the belt.
Yeah.
Everything's gonna be glorious. The entire country's at our side, and all they got is I don't know, little videos that they all filmed where they said the exact same thing. Really embarrassing NPC stuff. So what are they gonna do? AOC is gonna throw eggs. Apparently, they're all gonna wear different colors. Jasmine Crockett is gonna. She's from Texas. Maybe you know.
We don't.
She's gonna start.
She's from Oklahoma. She's from Oklahoma.
She start yapping.
Just kidding. Just kidding. I don't want to claim. I don't want to claim that.
What's the Republicans' message?
I hope they pull a Nancy Pelosi a couple of years ago when she ripped up the speech behind President Trump, because it showed how childish that they really are. Yeah. And President Trump has been a very serious man and a man on a mission for the past 5 weeks. And there's nothing that they can say about it. He's moving so fast that they can't even keep up with what he is doing.
That's right.
And so the idea that they're going to come here and try to trash this man and disrupt him is just going to be, I mean, look. Donald Trump is in a WWE Hall of Fame. Let's not act like he's not ready for this. He absolutely is.
Yeah.
Hair versus hair match, WrestleMania. Trust me, he's ready for this.
Okay. What do you expect to hear from him, Congressman?
I think it's going to be heavy on the border and how he was able to secure it in just a few weeks. Democrats said that it was our fault that we couldn't secure the border, and President Trump said, for the last couple of years we could secure this via executive fiat, and just like that, the border is now fixed, and we've been telling you this for the past few years. I think he's going to talk about peace through strength. I think he's going to talk about the stances that he has taken, against the Ukrainian and Russian war, and how that conversation went, and why we are now the big dog on the porch, and we are now respected yet again. And I'm really looking forward to him walking through what he's already done in just 5 weeks, what he plans to do, and then what the future is going to look like for America. And I think it's going to be very, very bright.
You gonna make any announcements? Any announcements on Ukraine? Some people are like, "Oh, he's gonna announce the mineral deal or peace in Ukraine." Have you heard any of that?
He's full of surprises.
Okay, all right.
We'll see.
He's got a. Maybe you can pick it up. He's got a little knowing glimmer in his eyes. So
We'll see.
I don't know.
We'll see what he does.
That's the
Veteran,
that's the
accomplished
sweat.
combat pilot. Okay, all right. Senator, you went down to the floor and you voted for Kash Patel. It was your vote. It was your vote.
And came back and spiked football. Don't
Yes,
forget about that.
that's
Yeah.
right.
Yes.
In streaming infamy.
Yes.
So okay, yeah, all right. Somebody's telling me.
I gotta run.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Thank you for having me, brother.
All right. What's your message to AOC real quickly if she throws an egg?
If AOC throws an egg?
She throws an egg. Apparently she's bringing an egg carton.
I hope Trump catches her and throws it right back at her ass.
Why would she think an egg would intimidate the man who got
Yes, that's good. Ooh,
You know,
man.
I mean, why would she think an egg
Thank
would
you, Congressman.
would
Congressman
intimidate
Wesley
her?
Hunt, ladies and gentlemen.
Right?
Mike Lee, why not? Let's do it, man. Come on in, Senator.
Why would she possibly think an egg is going to intimidate the man who literally got shot in the ear and said fight, fight, fight?
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, he probably would catch it.
Yeah.
I think that'd be the coolest thing ever if he did that. Yeah.
I find it amusing, by the way, that the Democrats think
Senator
that
Mike Lee,
eggs-
come on.
Hello.
Welcome, Senator Mike Lee.
They think that this is their big issue somehow. You see it about every 4 seconds on X, somebody posting, well, if President Trump was going to bring inflation under control, why is it that he's been in office now 5 weeks or whatever, and eggs are still expensive? Well, it was the hen genocide brought about by Joe Biden. You kill all of the laying chickens in the country, you're not going to have eggs, and that's going to make the price go up. That's why they think eggs is their ticket.
I don't know if you're from farm country like me, but a hen genocide is actually called a henocide.
Oh, henocide, yes, thank you. I'm just an uncultured kid from Provo, and we don't use the word henocide there. But
Boys, I think this is the reunion. Okay, that right there. Can we stare right down the barrel? Look at this, the reunion to the greatest stream potentially in Senate history. They voted for Kash Patel. They left the stream, and I don't know how you did it.
What do you mean potentially? There was nothing potential about it. That was the greatest.
You were 50, and you were 51.
Yeah, that's right.
Boom! Kash Patel gets in.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
It's been a wild start for Kash.
Yeah, I saw him in the hall a while ago, and I said, "Man, you have hit the ground running." He says, "There's a lot more coming." It's exactly what the American people wanted, though, right? You see the type of people President Trump has put in the cabinet. You see the type of people that's there to make change. The American people wanted the government to start working for them. The FBI used to have this great name that people trusted, that movies were made out of, that little kids grew up playing, right? I mean, you'd get your detective kit coming through and your little FBI badge, to all of a sudden this agency has got mirrored in politics with black eyes by putting fake dossier reports out, and Kash is for somebody that can restore that back to the American people. The FBI was someone that we always thought was above reproach and was someone that we could trust. And the last few years, they haven't proven themselves that way. I mean, you go all the way down to the last real investigation they did on the politician, which was Joe Biden, and they're investigating two same things, President Trump and Joe Biden. One had documents in his garage with his drug addict son, and the other one had it in a secure location in Mar-a-Lago. And they press charges on Trump, and they say the other guy's not cognitively able to testify, and they're afraid the jury just have sympathy on him. Explain that one to me. You can't, and that's why. So Kash is restoring that.
We've seen already the breaking of the Trump administration against the reinforced steel dug-in wall of, we won't give you the documents. We're just not going to let you declassify this. You're just not going to be allowed to. And I tell everyone in the audience, like, that's the deep state, actually. That is definitionally the deep state. Saying, no, the president doesn't have a right to these documents. Like, say what? Like, what kind of country do we live in?
It's the new Steele dossier, is the Steele reinforced dossier.
Yeah.
The means by which they lock all this stuff up by overclassifying everything. It's really irritating.
Wasn't the greatest thing you saw those when the documents was returned to him? Did you see that video?
All the boxes? Yeah.
If I would have known they were returned, I would have been sitting there just cheering. When I saw that, I started laughing out loud. I was by myself. I was on a plane by myself when they were showing the video of it, and I was laughing out loud. I felt like I was like, okay, now I'm actually becoming a problem. I'm laughing at politics by myself. I have officially became a politician.
Okay, so y'all are both big on social media. You're smart on social media. You got hundreds of thousands, millions of followers. What was going on with your fellow senators today? Did you see all the NPC, we call them NPC, non-playable characters? You see all the videos of them doing the exact same script? Every one of them. There's 25 Democrats did the same script with the same edit. which looks really bad. I mean, it just looks really, really bad, right?
It's a cult.
So
it's
so
a cult.
what was
This is
that?
what cults do. It's like that episode of The Simpsons where they attribute everything to their leader, and they have a song about their leader, and they're all singing the same song and the same words. That's what's going on over there. They have one message. They all stick to it. And they're copying what their overseers in the legacy media do. They all have the same script also. They'll follow it to a word. Look, when your life is dictated by Marxist philosophy, you are going to end up rhyming with what everybody else who has bought into that nonsense thinks. And that's what we saw today. To me, it wasn't all that shocking because we see it all the time.
What you have is a lack of leadership right now in the Democrat Party. I've been saying this for a long time. You know, Hillary Clinton, they tried to resurrect her because they're looking for someone that they could deem a president nominee. She couldn't be there. Michelle Obama didn't want to touch it. Biden couldn't carry on a conversation, and Harris couldn't lead herself out of a wet paper bag, right? So that right now you have a whole bunch of people auditioning for 2028. I mean, you had Mr. Fang Fang out there trying to think that he can do it better now because he failed in 2020. You have Murphy out there that is trying to lead the charge. He's probably the one that's most visible right now. And then you got Tim Kaine out there that's saying, hey, I failed as VP underneath Hillary, but maybe I can do it by myself. Mm-hmm. And that's what you're seeing people do right now. There is no one left on the bench. The bench is cleared for the Democrat Party. And you know they don't have elections. They crown their president nominee for the Democrat Party, and no one's got a clear lead yet. And you're going to continue seeing this. But we hope, as President Trump says, we hope they continue to go down this path, because they do, we're going to keep winning elections. Because what they're saying is so radical and out of touch with the American people is what lost them the election November 5th. I mean, you saw just yesterday when we were trying to protect women's sports. Every single Democrat in the Senate voted against it. Every single one. It's an 80% issue across the board, regardless if you're a libertarian, regardless if you're an independent, a Democrat, or Republican. It's an 80% issue, and every single one voted against it. You can't explain it, but I hope they keep doing this. I do. I hope they keep going down this path, because our midterms are going to be pretty good for us.
You think you're going to gain seats?
That's going to be tough.
It's going to be tough, but it could happen.
Michigan,
if they
maybe?
continue plowing this field with the same bad seed. Every time they do that, they double down on the failed policies inspired by Marxism. It doesn't work. The American people don't want that. American people don't want men playing in women's sports. It's not cool.
Is President Trump going to endorse the REINS Act tonight?
Well, he will endorse the REINS Act. I predict that right now. Now, whether he actually uses the words, let's pass the REINS Act, remains to be seen. But it may appear in the form of some reference to regulatory reform. When he says that, keep in mind, he means pass the REINS Act.
Okay. And by the way, Mike and I 100% agree on this. This is something that we actually was trying to work to a negotiation deal on to get the REINS Act passed. It kind of fell flat because we're dealing with other things, but we're going to continue working on it. It needs to be passed, right? At the end of the day, it needs to be passed. And I believe you have a president that's capable and able to do it. You've got some moderate Democrats. I know there's not very many left, but we only have to pick up a few. Keep in mind the president won 11 states that Democrats are up for a re-election this year in. 11. So they're looking for something they can take back. Regulation is one of them that maybe they could find a path to get there. We would only need to pick up 7. So
the best way to get there, in my view, is to attach it to a must-pass vehicle, something
Yes.
that Democrats care deeply about. We should not raise the debt ceiling. We should not suspend the debt ceiling without attaching the REINS Act. That's the ticket. I don't think it'll work with reconciliation, where you can pass it with 51 votes, because it doesn't meet some of the technical specifications you have to in order to run that gauntlet. But we could do it through regular legislation to raise the debt ceiling, and I think that's what we ought to do.
I'm going to jump up because I've got another one I've got to go to, and I'll let my seat be used for the next guest. All right. All right. See you,
Senator
brother.
Mark
All right,
Wayne
take care.
Mullen,
All
thank
right.
you, man. All right. And Mike, do you have a minute? Or
Yeah, I've got like 5 minutes, right? Yeah,
Okay.
5, 10 minutes.
Okay, real quickly. Dude, you're winning. It's crazy.
Well, look, this is what happens when the other side insists on losing. You know? It's the other side of their coin. On the one hand, they're doing things that are terrible. They're doing things for years that have harmed the American people. But as Winston Churchill liked to say, the American people can always be counted on to do the right thing after they've exhausted every other alternative. We've given this whole progressive movement a nice long college try. I mean by long, like century long. It doesn't work. It's made the poor poorer, it's made the rich richer, and it has built only government, destroyed everything else in its path. So that's why we're winning.
So, who's going to argue against President Trump tonight? How's that
argument going to go? Like, what exactly is going to be the rebuttal here? Because we know what the victories are going to be, and you're going to have like a raucous, roaring room. You'll probably be up near the front. Right. So you're going to be standing and applauding a lot tonight.
Here's how the argument goes. Number one, democracy. They say it a lot. They don't know what it means. In fact, I'm pretty sure it means something quite the opposite of what they're saying. It really means bureaucracy when they say it, or something much more nefarious. Number two, Zelensky and Ukraine. They also don't know what that means, but it means somehow Trump is bad. By the way, was that not the most epic moment ever captured on live television?
Get out. Get out of the White House!
Unbelievable, unbelievably good. I was pumping my fist. I was making my wife nervous. She was realizing there's no crowd here. I was like, I know, but I can't help it. It was an epic moment. I've never been prouder of sitting president and vice president combination working together. It was like a cage fight, and they were. It was terrific. They won. They won.
You don't want another penny for Ukraine.
Well, no, not another penny, not another micro penny. Look, these guys have milked us completely in a way that is very, very harmful. We don't know where that money went. We know that a lot of it ends up, look, we'll put it this way. We know Ukraine does not have the best track record when it comes to things like money laundering. All right? They didn't have that going into this. You dump $200 billion into a society like theirs, especially during wartime. Of course, you're going to end up having some official corruption. There's no way this hasn't created a big problem. But as much as anything, Benny, this has prolonged that war. It's prolonged it, and it's led to the deaths of more Ukrainians and more Russians than there would have been otherwise. Never at any moment did Joe Biden have a plan to win the peace. It's almost like that wasn't the desire. The desire was to perpetuate the war and build up the U.S. military-industrial complex.
Where does it go? Like, what does the end look like? What's the end game?
Look, I can tell you, going back 2.5, almost 3 years, the discussion has always been, maybe at the end of it, there's some sort of a brokered settlement that looks like some type of official recognition of the fact that they've got Crimea and that's not going back, and sort of a ceasefire stand down arrangement with regard to certain areas within the Donbass region. That it would probably look something like that. I don't know how this will end exactly, but it's always been assumed that that's what the end stage would look like. And I think we can get there, but we're not going to get there as long as we insist on dumping hundreds of billions of dollars into a sieve where we have no accountability. And so that's why I focus a lot on this on my Base Mike Lee account. I'm talking a lot about this. Not another dime, then it was not another nickel, now another penny, not another micro penny. Micro penny is very important.
I say that you are victorious, and we'll stay on time here. I know that you have to huddle soon here in the Senate and do your little walk. You do your little monk walk.
Yes,
like through. Everyone's humming.
Monty Python and the Holy Grail. We hit each other with books. Dobanet's Requiem, and then hit each other in the face. It works. There's maybe a sacrifice involving a goat, but I don't take part in that. It's pagan.
Oh, okay, all right. Now
we're not supposed to talk about that part.
Going to be like,
that's classified.
That's why they don't have the Epstein list. That's why they're sacrificing the goats.
I've said too much.
All right. Okay. So, maybe this is why there's so many injuries in the Senate. Mysterious
injuries.
So, that was a long, fun way to get to where I wanted to go, which was, man, you've been coming on the show for so long, Senator, and you've been like vision casting. And I don't know if you just like have a closer relationship with God or what, but Doge, the billions in cuts, the IRS looks like they're going to reduce 60% of its staff. Apparently they're going to put the FBI building on the market, maybe even the DOJ. Some of the ugliest buildings in Washington, D.C., monuments actually to state control and communism. bro, like your vision is coming true. And it's a little creepy because you've been saying this on the show for like 3 years.
Right. Well, look, any idiot could figure out that you eventually run out of other people's money to spend. Any idiot could figure out that the Democrats can scream and yell all they want about a constitutional crisis. Benny, this isn't a constitutional crisis. This is a constitutional Christmas, and we should be grateful. I spend time in prayer every day asking for God's help, but lately it's also a lot of giving thanks because this is fantastic. Look, God blessed this continent with oceans on either side to protect us from our enemies. God ordained this land to be a land where we would be free, where we wouldn't be subject to kings and queens. We are now subject to kings, like petty tyrants who run their own little fiefdoms within these 3-letter agencies. But the American people, the sons and daughters of the United States of America, were meant to live in freedom, and that's what we're recapturing.
I love it. I love it. Senator,
thank you, Ben.
Good luck. We'll be watching you live on the stream for like the second time in 2 weeks. Do your official walk and enjoy hitting your head with the board.
And I will try to post from in there. We're not supposed to do it. It's frowned upon, but I can't help it because...
If you don't know what we're talking about, you're about to see it.
You and ALX and Danny and all the others created a monster when you put me up to it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Senator. I'm switching chairs for the great Lauren Boebert, who is in the house. Here we go.
Hi, Benny.
Hi, Lauren.
Great to see you.
How you doing, Congresswoman?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. Are you kidding? This is my 5th State of the Union, and certainly the most exciting. I am so ready for this. I've been so ready for President Trump to get back. And then just listening to Senator Mike Lee makes me want to run for Congress or something, do something to save my country. How fired up does he make you?
Yeah, okay. Listen, there's this epic photo of, I think it's you and MTG, and you're both yelling at Joe Biden. It's from a couple of years ago.
Build the wall is what we were saying.
Was that it? Yeah,
That's
okay.
exactly what we were saying.
One of my all-time favorite. We actually have it queued up.
And then I think Byron Donalds is like in between us, like, why did I sit here? Why? I think the photo is so iconic. He's just like, I'm so sorry, Erica. I don't know why I sat in between these ladies.
So you would know about how to successfully do this, how to let yourself be heard. And that was a very viral moment. Everyone loved that. We loved it for certain, and our audience went bananas. Now, it seems like there might be some chirping that potentially might happen tonight. That's all the rumors and the rumbles. That Jasmine Crockett, AOC, we'll see. Okay, so given the fact that you have a little bit of a history with doing this, I think what would be considered respectfully and for good reason, and obviously you were right, Joe Biden was doing. You were just early. You were right and early.
Yes.
And I wish everyone would listen to you.
Yes.
What do you expect to happen tonight?
Well, so I have definitely, made some noise at State of the Unions in the past. Like Joe Biden was going to completely skip over the Afghanistan withdrawal and not mention the 13 service members that died on his watch from that horrible surrender to the Taliban. And, when he skipped right over that and went straight to his son, I shouted out that he put 13 of our service members in flag-draped coffins. And, there was a lot of folks who didn't like that, thought it was disrespectful, but I think it's pretty disrespectful to let 13 of our nation's heroes die in Afghanistan. But certainly there have been those moments, and I'm hearing that the left was really excited to cause a scene. And one of the Democrats came out and said that their leader, Hakeem Jeffries, told them to shut the F up. So we will see if they listen to their leader or not, but those are almost the words that he said.
Wow.
Yeah.
They've been clowning. Hakeem Jeffries, Phil, I don't know if you saw that video of him being like, America supports us, and there's nobody behind him. Look at all the people.
Yes.
It's crazy,
Those
embarrassing.
are called illegals. They're not Americans. They're the ones who support you.
Yeah, it's like, and then the video where they're all saying the same script and the same line. It's so inauthentic. It's so embarrassing.
A couple dozen of them.
They got nothing. 22 different Democrats.
They should have used Grok 3 and came up with some, different variations of the script. Come up with some good ones there.
So they were told they were shut down. So Democrats were shut down.
in essence, been told to stand down.
Wow.
So we will see if they listen. AOC isn't supposed to be here. She said that she's not attending this year. And, I was told how disrespectful that would be if I didn't attend a State of the Union with Joe Biden just because he's not your president. It's still your responsibility to represent your district and be present. And so we have some Democrats who are boycotting. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see how many Democrats President Trump has on his investigation list. Maybe he'll call them out tonight. But yeah, I actually had a beautiful hot pink dress I was going to wear tonight. Mom was steaming it for me. And then I found out all the Democrats are wearing pink. So I was like, well, I guess we're going to red.
Okay. All right. Yeah, red's a good color. Red's a great color. Okay. So the country is seeing red in the sense that the country loves what's going on.
Yes.
All the polls are very, very positive for President Trump. You're like one of his oldest allies. You're like one of his, you have been by his side for so long. And this must be like a really special moment for you.
Yes.
What do you expect him to say? I'm sure you have some insights as to what's going to happen. Is there going to be any news tonight? What can we expect from the president?
Well, I think he's certainly going to talk about Zelensky and just how he owned him. Zelensky came in and tried to bow up to the president. And thank God, not only that we have President Trump, but Vice President J.D. Vance. Did you ever see Mike Pence stand up for the president like that? Absolutely not. No. He sat back silent and said nothing. And President Trump had to, put everyone else in their place. And so I think he'll talk about the uranium deal, the minerals deal, with Ukraine and announce what it's going to be like. And I don't know, I'd love to hear him say we're withdrawing from NATO. Maybe he'll say we're abolishing the TSA. That would be pretty cool.
The IRS.
The IRS.
Can we make a list?
make a list of everything that'll be gone. Yeah. No, I think we're going to hear a lot of the great victories that are already taking place. Hopefully some encouragement to even my Republican colleagues that we need to codify what they are doing in the executive branch because that's so important. Of course, we're going to see a CR. We have these reconciliation bills. I know we can't get everything through the Senate because of the filibuster. And so we have to have these bigger bills that I don't love, but I get our majority size. And so hopefully there's some encouragement there to my colleagues to actually move forward with everything that he is doing and get legislation that mirrors it. I have legislation that is mirroring his executive order to free our forests. It's the Forest Freedom Act. And, so we'll start forest management. Policies that we really need for our country to get back on the roll again. We'll be able to cut down all this timber, sell this timber, and then protect our watersheds as well and end catastrophic wildfires. Now, this is the juicy stuff, y'all. We're going to end catastrophic wildfires. We're going to reduce them. No, but it is really important. So,
especially in the place where you come from.
Yes. We have 6 billion standing dead trees in the West. And so he wants us to get in there and cut them, clean our forests. Do you remember when they made fun of him for saying we need to rake our forests? Well, he was absolutely right. We've got to clean our forest floors. And the left made such a big deal the first time that he said that. And it's like, no, we have all of these fuels on the ground, waiting to ignite. Yes. And it's awful. But it plays into their climate change narrative. Another cult of theirs, right? This religion, this climate religion that they have, because one catastrophic wildfire emits more carbon emissions than all the vehicles in a state running 24/7 for an entire year, according to NASA. Yes. So, it just plays into all of that. But President Trump, surprisingly, just out of nowhere, he called me last night. And so obviously, he and I talk. But okay, so my mom's going to love that I'm telling this story. Mom is so happy that she was here to witness this because now listen, they usually don't give me time to eat. They don't feed me. I don't want to be skinny. I want to be chunky, but they don't give me time to eat ever. So, okay, it's the end of the day. I'm at my apartment here in DC with Mom. She's my guest for the State of the Union. And I got some crackers and cheese. I slice up my cheese and I put my cheese on my cracker and I take the biggest bite. And then I look over at my phone and I see POTUS and it's disappearing. I'm like, oh, that's going to voicemail. So I spit it out in the sink and just spit it. Mr. President,
you got to do it when he calls. Well, no matter what. You got to get that call.
That's right. You got to get that call.
He's the busiest man in the world.
Yes. But yeah.
What did he say? I mean, obviously, right, you want to be polite and private, but give me the gist.
Sure. Well, I mean, obviously, we're talking about how we're moving forward in the House and the CR. I mean, he really wants us to move forward with the CR. He needs that funding to go forward. I mean, honestly, Speaker McCarthy put him in a bad position with the budget, with the debt ceiling, and now that's all rolling over to President Trump. We said it was going to happen when we were taking those votes, when everything was being given away with the Limit, Save, Grow. We had a great debt ceiling bill that we could all agree to that drew back that IRA money and so much more. And, Kevin McCarthy just kind of capitulated to Joe Biden and says, sure, we could take $86 billion for the 87,000 IRS agents, but how about we just take like $1.5 billion and just keep like 85,000 IRS agents. I mean, it was ridiculous. And then, so President Trump stuck with all of this. And so we have to have a plan moving forward. So he was kind of laying out that plan. And, I'm with him. I don't want him to have a shutdown. I want him to be able to operate. They're doing a great job. I trust Russ Vought and Dan Bishop and at OMB to make sure that these monies are being directed in the right places. Now with a CR, it is going to look like we're still funding USAID. It's going to look like we're still funding Planned Parenthood because it's a continuing resolution, right? We're not changing any policy there. However, we've already seen on the back end in the administration that we can take that unconstitutional money, that money that is going to things that President Trump has said are illegal or that our Constitution already says is illegal, and rescind that, impound it, and direct it towards causes that we really need funded, like the border and many other things. So a CR is going to look really, really bad, but I trust President Trump and the people that he has in place to direct that funding. And of course, it's a temporary CR. It's not going to be for a year or 4 years or anything.
Nobody wants a civil war right now. Like, I get it. Like, I understand. And the last thing that we need is sort of break down this incredible moment of unity.
Yes.
Where you could really get something amazing thing accomplished. We touched on Colorado. We touched on the beautiful state that you're from and your beautiful hometown. Rifle, Colorado is awesome. We actually went there once. It was amazing.
I'm so happy you got to see Shooter's Grill before it was shut down.
Yes.
So yes.
Shooter's Grill in Rifle, Colorado. Okay. Amazing things are happening in Colorado.
Yes.
So Tina Peters.
Yes.
And Jen Griswold.
Yes.
Holy moly.
Yes.
I know this is a bit of a niche issue. Perhaps some of the chat actually has been following this. I think it's a very, very important story. Jen Griswold's in a bad position right now.
Yes, she is.
Tell me if I get this correct.
Sure.
I know that we've covered it before, but we haven't covered it in a little bit. So Jen Griswold went after a whistleblower who was working in the county elections saying there's fraud going on. And then people are like, this is the same lady that lost all the hard drives and thumb drives that were keeping all the voting systems secure in the state. It's crazy, sloppy, insane. She didn't even know they were lost. Anyway, the point is that she prosecuted this little old lady and gave her 20 years in jail?
9 years. So
9 years?
Yes. So they were originally saying they were going after Tina Peters for federal charges, and it was like a conspiracy to commit wire fraud because she took the information. She downloaded information. She said, we see that there is fraud here. We see that our voter machines are connecting to Wi-Fi. They have the capability to, and she took the data that she found and she went across state lines with it. So originally they were going after her for a federal charge, and the judge ended up so upset with her, and I guess he saw that President Trump would likely be back in the office and could pardon her, and so they did not charge her federally. It was only state crimes that they ended up charging her with, and one of the charges was for a password being released after the elections, and it wasn't released by her. It was someone else who released it online, and so Jenna Griswold saw this and really just opened up the investigation after her. And this judge was so unfair and truly weaponized his position against Tina and gave her 9 years. Now there are conversations that I've had in Colorado and in DC that I can't share the details with, but there's no one who agrees that 9 years is justifiable, even folks who are not on our side. And so I've been talking to people in our administration. I'm not going to name names just yet, but I mean, we see that an investigation is being opened. And so I've had some conversations saying, look into this. And then especially Jenna Griswold, our Secretary of State. Tina is facing 9 years, which is really a life sentence at her age, right? I mean, God bless her. I hope she lives to 100, but I mean, that's just not right. It's awful. And so Jenna, so what she did, there were 63 of our 64 counties had passwords leaked online for several days during early voting in Colorado in this last election. And once the secretary was made aware of it, she tried to hide from the county clerks that it ever happened. And she tried to cover that up. And now she does not want to be held accountable for releasing those passwords during an election, during early voting. And she says there's nothing to see here. Even some of our Democrat reporters in Colorado have really gone after her for that and saying, well, isn't this even worse than what Tina did? And shouldn't you be held accountable to the same level? And she doesn't believe so. But it looks like President Trump's DOJ does believe that we need to look into this and see accountability happen with Jenna Griswold.
So for those following along with this, the DOJ just filed a brief on behalf, I think, of Tina Peters. Is this correct? And coming in,
that's what I've seen.
Yes.
Yes.
So the federal government is now supporting her case,
Yes.
which obviously started off on social media saying this is so utterly wrong.
Yes.
And now we have like the federal government coming in.
Well, I've seen President Trump. I mean, he's heard of Tina Peters. He knows of her case certainly, but he hears this story often, and I've been present for it. And every time, I mean, just the disgust that comes upon his face, and shaking his head, and get her out. She does not belong in jail. They were even threatening to put her in solitary confinement. And so it's definitely gone too far, but I think we have the right people in positions to put enough pressure to really see justice finally.
That's great. I'd love to see Colorado flip back to being a red state.
Yes, and we made great progress in the election. We have Gabe Evans in Colorado's 8th district. We flipped a Democrat seat. We need to keep that seat in the midterms, and I believe we can. So believe it or not, I'm now the most senior Republican in Colorado. Was I ever supposed to be the adult in the room? I don't know. But I have 3 great freshmen underneath me, and they're doing wonderful. And we picked up some House seats and Senate seats at the state level, and hopefully we continue this momentum and see Colorado red once again, because it's such a beautiful state to just hand over to radical environmentalists that want to destroy everything, including our children.
Yes, and a bunch of like junkies and people in Denver that have turned that place into like an entire giant homeless shelter.
Beautiful.
It used to be like the most beautiful city in all of America.
Yes.
It was so sad. We used to like go there. I grew up in
Country
Iowa.
singers
So we
used to name themselves after it.
Yeah, that's right.
John Denver.
Okay, zooming out, because I know you have a joint address.
I know
to
my
get to.
phone's ringing. I don't know if I'm supposed to go in there or what's going on. But
Okay, zooming out just really quickly. What are you most excited about tonight with the president? What do you think is going to be the shining moment?
Really, just seeing him up there once again. Nancy Pelosi will not be behind him. How beautiful is that? We don't have to watch her chew her face throughout the entire State of the Union and flip through pages and everything. But no, just having President Trump back, it really is showing the world that we have strength again. And through that strength, we will have peace. That is what we have been seeing ever since his return, his rightful return. And, silver lining, the 2020 election was stolen, and maybe thank God, because we wouldn't have the Trump that we have today. We wouldn't have the J.D. Vance we have today. We wouldn't have the cabinet members we have today. We wouldn't have the Senate majority we have today. And so there's so much more potential in this term with President Trump being the 47th president now rather than just the 45th. And so I know those 4 years were brutal. I mean, we went through it together, but this is really the golden age of America, and I'm so happy that our president is back.
You went through it together, and now you're on top. Okay.
Yes.
Now you are the undisputed champion. Woo. You beat AOC. You beat Ilhan Omar and Jasmine Crockett. Okay. You're the queen of the Mean Girls, and you sit over Congress, and it's so wonderful to see. I'm so proud of you, Lauren.
Thank you. I'm so proud for America. Our country is coming back. And, I even hear folks, they're like, you know what, some stuff was cut. It might hurt us for a little bit. Tariffs may hurt us for a little bit, but it's so worth it. And of course, we're going to have the media saying, oh, they're gutting Medicaid, they're gutting Medicare, all this. There's going to be those lies. We want to get rid of $567 million of improper payments. How about? We want to get illegals off of those rolls. We want to get dead people off those rolls. People who are older than our country shouldn't be getting Social Security, right? So we're going to clean up the mess. Elon's doing a great job with that as well. But of course, it's all under President Trump's direction, and he has such an amazing vision for our country, and that's why he came back for us.
Amazing. We're so happy to be back, and it's so awesome to see you again,
So
Lauren.
great to see you.
Have a rocking time tonight. That's right. You won't have to say build the wall anymore.
No, it's
you
going
won't
to be
have to
built.
say it.
And we didn't even need a wall, and it's 97% secure at the southern border.
Yes.
All we needed were the policies. Yes. And I had Border Patrol agents tell me that for years. We just need the policies that allow us to do our job. Yeah. So we're going to get a wall. We're going to get more resources and more infrastructure. But right now, the policy and really the morale that our Border Patrol agents needed to do their job is getting it done.
Straight to Gitmo.
Yes,
That's right.
That's right.
Straight to Gitmo.
Yes.
For
Thanks, Benny.
For Jen Griswold. I can say it. You don't have to say it. I can say it. Man, she's nasty. She's nasty. Thank you, Congresswoman.
Thank you.
All right, good. Moving back. Why not? Musical chairs. It's been amazing. That's wild, man. This has been crazy. This has been exciting. Okay, look at this. We have to adjust the camera. All right. You know what? We're live. We're letting her rip. What are we doing here, man? Where are we even at? I wanted to show you this video before we popped in and popped over. But it's been too popular. I just can't believe it. Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence, was here, just chilling on the stream. What a world, man! What a world! I know that we're here, kind of in this little corner, and it might seem like that. But if you had a little look around the entire room here, there's a chandelier, there's gold, there's fireplace, and we're in the heart in the center of the Capitol. And I'll show you exactly where we are, ladies and gentlemen, in a little video that we made to play for you, but. We just didn't have any time. We just have had too popular of a studio in here. Here we go. We'll show you. We'll show you where we are inside of the Capitol and what we can expect next.
Yo, what's up, guys? We're inside Statuary Hall in the United States Capitol. Right behind me is the Capitol Rotunda, where you're going to have Donald Trump giving the joint address to Congress in just a few minutes. But first, I want to show you guys where we are going to be throwing down in Speaker Johnson's office. It's going to be very, very close. We love all of our media friends here, but we'll be down in Speaker Johnson's office. Let's go. And awesome. And again, it's freaking great to be broadcasting. I see this room, and I just wish I had a lectern to grab to. I just feel like I gotta do the meme. Saloon doors. Here Get ready. He's going to kick some ass. We're very excited about it. Thank you, Speaker Johnson, for giving us this gorgeous office. Never had a studio with chandeliers before. Look at that. That chandelier came from the White House. It was like a present for someone's wedding, something like that. Who knows? Who knows? Really beautiful. One other thing. Check this out. Got the right straight down the National Mall. So Donald Trump will be. They've already closed the streets down. Donald Trump will be rolling from the White House straight down Pennsylvania Avenue, right there. And of course, maybe you can see the Washington Monument, but DC smog. I'm not sure about the windows, but it's a gorgeous view straight down the mall. Spectacular. Okay, join us soon. It's going to be rowdy. We'll be live here inside the Capitol building. Rock and roll. An exciting time for us. We just want to say thank you. We're deeply appreciative for this moment because it's really humbling. The only reason why you get a ton of senators and a ton of members of Congress and the director of national intelligence to come rolling through is because of you. And so we just want to do big old hearts to the chat. We just want to say thank you. Some old dad, give you some dad gums. I'm not sure. Did we get a dad gum from Burchett? I'm not sure. I don't know. Did we get a dad gum from him? If not, we're going to have to call him back in here. Ladies and gentlemen, exciting times for us and for the country. President Trump will be alive on this channel in just moments. I don't know if we have a C-SPAN feed, ladies and gentlemen. But we can go ahead and pop that up. We'll just show you. I mean, it's like C-SPAN kind of yapping, right? And what you're going to see here is the Senate floor. And you're going to see, obviously talking heads on C-SPAN, the last people that we want to hear from right now. But members of Congress are on the floor, ready to go. What's going to happen next is that there's going to be this really creepy, very funny little parade of the senators. And they're going to parade through. I think they're starting right now. This is what you're seeing, because what you're seeing is live inside the Senate. They're going to, there they go. They're going to, the March of the Senate, the March of the Penguins, the March of the Senators. They're going to march through, and they're going to parade through the Capitol. This is some goofy little tradition where the senators all line up. And you're going to note you're going to see, close-up live shots of them here in just a second. You're going to see all these goofballs. Some of them were actually in the room with us, like just literally seconds ago. You're going to see all of them go rolling in to take their seats inside of the House chamber, Senate chamber, House chamber, right across the building from each other. And you have to walk underneath the Capitol rotunda to get there. And so these are the homies rolling out. There they go. These are the senators. You're going to see some derpy Senate friends on there. I don't know, boys. Can you check and see if we have a clean feed of this anywhere? Just for fun. I don't want any talking head yapping. If anyone's going to be yapping on this channel, it's going to be Lauren Boebert and Tim Burchett and Tulsi Gabbard. Okay, well, there they go. All the senators are out. Ladies and gentlemen, and here they come. It's so funny. It's such a funny little tradition. So the senators roll in. So cabinet secretary is going to be with them. So this is where they were going to put us. I just want to let you know. We're smart. We're smarter than that. They were going to put us right here in this whole mess of reporters. Let's go big on this, Klein, please. There's JD. JD. Senator Barrasso, Dana Bash there, trying to ask him a question. Try harder, loser. And here goes the parade of senators. They have all these senators walking through. It's just the funniest little tradition. And this is someplace called Statuary Hall. And this means that the president's entrance is imminent. And remember, Donald Trump's going to give a speech at 9 o'clock. So President Trump's probably going to be taking the chur in 10 minutes. Because if JD's walking in, well, get ready. JD's going to be sitting right behind Donald Trump, along with the Speaker of the House. And this is where they're all going. They're going to the House
Adam Schiff there. Look at that. Look at Adam Schiff. Rand Paul, okay. Nothing but love, Rand Paul. Yeah, Adam Schiff. What a freaking loser. What a loser. Okay, all right. Nah, all the dusty old senators. There's Tim Kaine. He ran. Eric Schmidt. He's our boy. Eric Schmidt is from Missouri. He's regularly on the program. There we go. Finally, give us the big wide shot. All right, who else we got? What other dorks? The parade of dorks. I'm just kidding. I consider myself a dork, frankly. Got nothing against the dorks. Okay, so we got the dork traffic jam here. So again, you have members of the cabinet, and J.D. Vance is there. He's, of course, the president of the Senate. So he's there walking all of the senators into the House floor. And so this is the special little tradition where they all walk together. All right, there he is. There we go. Frickin' yeah. This is our man. This is Senator Johnson. Senator Johnson is awaiting J.D. Vance, who's walking in. Now look at them all go. Snap to it. Snap to it. We have some audio on this. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. This is J.D. Vance's reception. J.D. Vance's reception. Hell yeah. Here we go. And John Thune. Ooh, I just like like, man, don't ever say I never like don't ever say I didn't change my tune on things. Right? Perfectly happy to be evidence-based man. John Thune. I didn't like him. I didn't like some of his old tweets. I didn't like some of the stuff that he had done. He tried to be such a loyal little soldier.
By Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota.
Oh yeah, can you hear him? Oh, listen in. Let's listen in.
People's hands on the side. John Barrasso.
Oh, okay. I don't want to hear the talking heads. I want to hear like the members of Congress if we can pick up on their conversation. But got it. JD being welcomed like a conquering hero. Walking in, clapping backs, taking selfies. Look at JD go. JD just rolling, man. Having a good old laugh. There with Tom Cotton. Now, what you're going to have is you're going to have members of the House who sit literally all day. And only members of the House can save seats. They sit all day. They save their seats. Like they're at a rock concert or something. And so they all save their seats to take selfies and stuff right there on the edge, right there in the corner. You see Corey Mills is there. There's Nancy Mace. And Nancy Mace having a chat with J.D. Vance. Corey Mills. There's K-Man Al Green. Al Green with his cane. Byron Donalds, the next governor of Florida. Holla at ya, boy. There we go. JD getting just a very warm reception here, man. Very warm reception. Is that Ronnie Jackson? I think that's Ronnie Jackson. That's Ronnie Jackson, the former doctor for Donald Trump and Barack Obama. Sitting there chilling. Ronnie Jackson's the man. You got the Joint Chiefs and the heads of all the military. They'll be there listening to the Commander-in-Chief. Ready to rock. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 8:43 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which means we are literally minutes away. And J.D. Vance is doing the Vance glance at this little old lady called Virginia Fox, who's a congresswoman from Virginia, ironically. And she's sassy. She's like 90 years old. She's sassy. Yes! How is this even possible? Yes. Awesome. Okay. She ran. Okay. We got the Secretary of Agriculture. Sorry, you all hear me like screaming. The entire stream I've been screaming offline. You got the Secretary of Agriculture here. Brooks Rollins. What's going on, Brooke?
Well, it's a big night.
Madame Secretary.
Brooke.
Madame
please.
Secretary. Sorry.
Well, this is how much I love you.
Should I curtsy? I should curtsy.
Yeah, well, a deep curtsy. Yes. This is how much I love you. We are literally holding in the cabinet room. We're 10 minutes away from walking in, and someone said, Benny really wants to have you. And so we just ran. I took my high heels off, and we ran from the holding room here to see you.
You can be right back.
I know. I'm so happy to see you.
Okay, gotta ask you about Maha. You're like one of the original Maha. Yeah. Now everyone's like, my wife's like, you gotta ask her. You gotta ask her. Make food healthy for our children.
I know. It's time.
Save American farmers.
We're saving American farmers.
Yeah.
We're going to make America healthy again. I mean, we're at such a crossroads in America on so many different policy issues. But for me, what a joy to take this job. To work with American farmers to preserve the backbone of our country. I mean, the fighters in the revolution were farmers. This goes back to the beginning. But then to marry that with the Make America Healthy Again and work we have the unhealthiest population in the world, in the developed world, the chronic disease, the obesity in our children. I mean, all of these are major issues. But again, to be able to pull all those together, I was just with the cabinet and we're all like family. It's literally like a big fun party whenever we're together. Obviously, there's a lot of very serious issues, but there's so much joy in this work. And so the Maha is definitely part of that.
You're gonna be in the speech?
I don't know. Well, I did see a copy of the speech earlier.
Okay.
So
yeah. Did you put some things in there?
The speech is a little.
The president, what would you like for me to say?
Epic. The speech is epic.
Okay.
Not shockingly, because it is Donald Trump. But no, I think that the American people, and listen, the State of the Union is really important. It's called a joint session because he hasn't been president yet, but it's basically the State of the Union. Yeah. And this is one of the only times, if not the only time, and I remember this from staffing the last West Wing, that he can talk directly to the American people. And tens of millions of people watch this, both Republican, Democrat, and Independent. And I remember in the last administration, it was one of the few times we could really connect with those who watch, fake news, yes. And we could really change hearts and minds. So I think you're going to see some of that tonight. I'm so excited.
I'm sure you've gotten a little preview of the speech. Of course, you're not going to spoil it for us, but give us like the 35,000 foot perspective, just like Spike in the football, right?
Yes.
Just victory dance after victory dance.
Yes.
What's up?
Yes. Tonight, he's going to talk about the restoration of the American dream. And I know you've got an amazing story. I mean, my American dream story. This country is a place where anyone can do anything and anything is possible. The little girl with a single mom who made $5 an hour supporting her family, who went to school on an agriculture scholarship, somehow ends up as the Secretary of I mean, this is only in America, right? Doesn't matter what your last name is, doesn't matter the color of your skin, doesn't matter how big your bank account is. Yes. All that matters is anything is possible if the government gets out of the way.
Yes.
And so he'll talk, I think, a little bit about that tonight, that restoration of the American dream.
For the male, we have a big male audience. Yes. Can you please tell us about steaks? Can we get more cattle in this country? Please,
we need more
Secretary
steak.
of Agriculture, Rollins, please, I beg of you, more steaks and cows.
Yes, as a lover of cattle, we raise Hereford cattle, and my kids show cattle through 4-H. Yes, we are working on that. And in fact, I had the National Cattleman in my office today over at USDA, and it is sort of a beef renaissance. So for all of your boys out there that are watching,
the boys,
it's true. Note that you have a Secretary of Agriculture that is hyper-focused on getting more steak into the homes in America, and we're going to see, not only are we going to make America great again, not only are we going to make agriculture great again, we're going to make steaks great again. How about that?
I love that. I love it.
Yeah, just created here on the show.
Well, okay, I'm getting you are a very important person, and I know that you are going to be front and center. You're going to be on the screen here in just a second on the line.
That's right.
So we thank you.
Oh, thank you, Benny.
We thank you so very much. If you have any parting message, maybe a message to the Democrats that are going to try and interrupt Trump tonight.
Well, here's what I will say: the fact that the Democrats are doubling down on the woke, radical, leftist, big government ideology that is first of all, almost destroyed our country without Donald Trump. Second of all, I'm just stunned that they're not recalibrating. I don't understand it. I mean, the American people spoke so loudly and so clearly, and we knew the America First agenda was for everyone. When we polled it, 85% take out, are you a Republican or a Democrat? Instead ask, are you for a secure border? Are you for education opportunity for your children? Are you for peace through strength? And 80 to 85, are you for there being two genders? You know, are you for not, sexualizing our kindergartners? 85 to 90% of Americans are for our agenda, and yet they keep doubling down on theirs. So listen, we're building a big tent, Benny. We are building the infrastructure for the next 100 years. We got to keep freedom and liberty front and center, and our founders' vision of a constitutional America where anything is possible, including the American dream, which I think you'll hear about a little bit more tonight.
Our founders, our farming founders.
Our farming
the
founders.
farming founders.
They are the farming founders.
From the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, who's amazing. More steak. We love it. More steak. We can't wait to cheer you on. We'll see you in the front row. We know her.
She is.
We know her. We love her.
Oh, you're the best. And I will be on anytime. Come do your show at USDA.
Done.
And we'll talk about steaks.
Done.
Yes.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's do it. Godspeed.
Right. Godspeed.
Godspeed, Madame Secretary.
Brooke.
Yes. All right.
Thank you,
Brooke.
Benny. Goodbye, everybody. Enjoy tonight.
You look beautiful, by the way. It's a
Thank
cape.
you so
We're bringing capes back. It's a cape. I don't know if you can see it. It's a cape. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's capes and steaks. Capes and steaks. You can't get better than that. Capes and steaks. Brooke Rollins, Secretary of Agriculture. So amazing. What an incredible time to be alive. What an incredible time to be alive. Y'all see Kash Patel up in the joint? Did you see Kash? Just on screen. That was amazing. That was awesome. Okay, great. Members of and guests of President Trump, members of President Trump's family arrive. Okay, great. Oh, yep. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're just going to watch.
I'll seek claimers of the past, Elliot Engel, the late Sheila Jackson Lee, Michelle Bachmann. They're not there tonight, but a new group has appeared to be already getting in place. This was hours ago at 4 p.m. Eastern time. They were getting in place along the center aisle, and that included Representative Anna Paulina Luna, Republican of Florida, other Republicans, Andy Ogles of Kentucky, Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, and Congresswoman Miller Meeks of Iowa, all lining up on the Republican side on the center aisle hours before the speech in hopes that they get to shake the president's hand when he comes down the aisle.
Jason, Dick, has this become more of a blown up event than it used to be? Or has this always been a lot of, razzmatazz?
I think that it depends on how far back you want to go. Lyndon Johnson in 1966 moved the speech from the mid-afternoon to the evening, in order to catch a better audience. And that was 1966. He saw that, television
Listen in
his
here.
Predecessor, John F. Kennedy, got elected, and he wanted Lyndon Johnson.
Members of the committee on the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chamber, the following. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbene. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingell.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The Senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton. The Senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Lankford. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott. The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The senator from New Jersey, Mr. Booker. The senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, we're just catching up with our production team. What a rowdy couple hours we've had here. Just unbelievable. So we had multiple cabinet secretaries in on the live. We've had a dozen senators. We have a dozen members of the House. Ooh, baby, is this Trump? Is this President Trump? Here we go.
Speaker, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
Okay. All right. A bunch of fancy pants. All right, so they announce people. There we go.
My wife loves this race.
Gonna be Trump. It's 8:56 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. J.D. Vance is in a clearly very good mood, is rolling with Mike Johnson. They're laughing their asses off. And we are awaiting President Trump. We have just a few minutes left. So we have some C-SPAN talking heads here. We have some, they've welcomed some dorks into Congress. And the diplomatic corps. We've seen President Trump's family. We've seen President Trump's kids. We've seen Kash Patel. Here's another one. Let's listen in.
States Supreme Court.
That's great.
Here's your Supreme Court. Here's your Supreme Court. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's go time. Now, will all the Supreme Court justices be there? Sometimes they get an attitude and they say, we're not going to listen to President Trump. Oh, we got Kagan there. Okay, you got Roberts, Brett Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett. According to Mike Davis, is doing a very bad job. Sad. You have no Ketanji Brown Jackson. Would you look at that? No Ketanji Brown Jackson. Oh, no. So you do have some Supreme Court justices who decided to peace out. No Clarence Thomas. I didn't see Clarence Thomas, at least. Maybe you did. But if the Supreme Court is being welcomed in, the next man to come in to the chamber will be the man who dodged the bullet in the chamber that was shot right through his ear. The man who was pierced in the ear, as they would say. The designated survivor tonight is actually Doug Collins, the VA, Secretary of the VA, who's booked on our show, actually, very soon. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We got the entire crowd standing, locked in and ready to go for President Trump. J.D. Vance, Mike Johnson, the two of them going on like old pals, chilling, talking, rolling, relaxed, limber. The Supreme Court has been seated. The Joint Chiefs of Staff have been seated. Trump's family has been seated. Kash Patel's watching from the balcony. Pretty dope. Elena Kagan. And soon, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump. It is 8:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which means that Donald Trump is ready to rock. So it's just talking heads right now. Just letting you know, I'm not talking over. Right now there's no feed of any. There's no like microphone on JD Vance or Speaker Johnson. No microphone's been turned on. You will hear first when the little announcer lady, like in the King's Court, comes in and says, "Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States of America." That's what she'll say. Right now it's just talking heads yapping on C-SPAN. So we're not going to let them yap at you. We're not going to let them yap at you. We got everyone covering the State of the Union here. Again, it is 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Officially, the clock has struck, and now we await the arrival of Donald Trump. He should be the next man in the arena. Checking in with my production team here. They said that we might want to, I want to kick on over to the, okay. Yeah, all right, got it. Good. Okay, so we are ready. We are ready to rock and roll, and we're going to be very, very excited to see President Trump as he enters the chamber, 9:01 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So this now is go time. We have had a rowdy night tonight here. It has been a lot of fun. It has been we've been at a breakneck pace, and we're energized. We're just thrilled. We're just happy to be here, man. So I'm looking through excerpts of President Trump's speech right now. I'm going to read them to you as we await the arrival of President Trump. So small portions of President Trump's speech have been released. Here we go. Donald Trump is going to start by talking about his swearing in, saying that he's accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations have accomplished in 4 years or 8 years. And we're just getting started. I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back. President Trump's going to say. Our spirit is back. Our pride is back. Our confidence is back. And the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. There's the Democrat side. Marjorie Taylor Greene there. Boys, we were rocking and ready to go. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. This is me reading to you excerpts from President Trump's imminent speech in this chamber. A 27-point swing since Election Day alone, right direction versus wrong direction. Likewise, a small business optimism has saw its largest one-month gain ever recorded. Among my various highest priorities was to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration economic catastrophe with an inflation nightmare, President Trump's going to say. Their policies drove up energy prices and the cost of groceries. Ooh, Donald Trump's going to talk about the price of eggs. Good. Uh-oh. Are we ready? Okay. All right, here we go.
More than that. And Melania Trump, who was
it's going to be,
Capitol Hill
that's not
yesterday
actually
as
the
well.
door. Oh, you can see Kash Patel
Was that
there.
a
See
surprise
Kash
to
Patel
you down
in
at
just
the
the
White House?
corner of the shot
She
there.
came down. Here comes Mrs. Trump.
Here comes Melania. Let's have a listen.
She's sitting with her guests.
Crank that
They
audio.
gave us some
Yes.
guests earlier. They include some revenge porn victims. The Trump
Melania
Floyd
Trump's
family
arrival.
That was, the father was killed in Butler, Pennsylvania.
The crowd goes wild.
Lincoln Riley families
That's
there.
right. That's right.
To answer your question, I wasn't surprised to see her. I mean, I think those were her first public remarks since Donald Trump took
She's sitting next to
office.
Usha Vance.
There were some questions about how much she would be in
Matt
Washington,
Walsh
how
was there.
frequently she'd be around. But I think that there's a real shift in energy, not just from the president, but also from her office, trying to do things much differently.
Is this it?
This time around.
Mr. Speaker, the president's
Here we
cabinet.
go. Here we freaking go. Here is the cabinet rolling through. It's going to be awesome. Marco Rubio leading the cabinet. We'll sit in the front row. Secretary of the Treasury, Bassett.
And now the cabinet is
Pete
coming
Hegseth.
in. Secretary of State Rubio, Secretary of the Treasury Bassett.
Democrats
We saw
not
there
standing,
as well.
not saying hello.
Attorney General
Adam
Gambandi,
Schiff staring
Pete
straight on.
Hegseth
There's
was there.
Secretary Rollins. She was just here like 2 minutes
Mr.
ago.
Lutnick,
How'd she
the
move so
Commerce
fast?
Secretary,
Good
who
for
we talked about a
them.
little bit earlier.
How'd she go so fast?
RFK Jr., of course, HHS. There's Scott Turner.
RFK.
HUD.
There's Burchett.
There's Seth.
Dadgum. This is all Burch is saying. Burch is saying, dadgum, 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 dadgum.
Transportation. There's Senator Adam Schiff.
Dadgum.
With,
Pete
Senator
Hegseth
from-
with Adam Schiff right behind him. It's beautiful.
Yep, the new senator from Delaware, Lisa Blunt Rochester.
No. No. The answer is no.
We had Carol from Illinois. Carol
Yeah.
Mosley Braun. We have Angela also Brooks.
All right,
Maryland.
ladies and gentlemen.
Kamala Harris was the second.
Kamala Harris, of course, and then Lisa
Angela
Blunt
also
Rochester.
Brooks, and yes.
Yeah.
Interchangeably through two.
And there's Christy Nome, she was talking there with the, is that the congressman from New Jersey, Jeff?
No, that's Tim Burchett from Tennessee.
There we go. Is that Brooke Rollins, the Ag Secretary? Yeah.
It is sort of odd to have something like this with, I mean, there's so much, we're paying attention to the fashion because of like some of the protests and so forth, having just done the Oscars 2 nights ago. It's not quite as glamorous.
Not quite the same.
Not quite the same.
But there is a lot more power.
I would simply
concentrated in
say, Jason, Dick, that nobody in the world cares what you or I are wearing. Last year, Joe Biden took at least a half hour to get out of the chamber. It was a moment for him politically that boosted him.
Yeah.
That got rid of some of the rumors of mental decline, etc. And he worked that room for a half an hour. It was one of the most, in a sense, iconic things I've ever seen in politics.
Yeah.
And do we expect President Trump to do the same, or I don't know.
I don't know if
He likes to chat.
I don't know if President Trump will be there as long. I mean, in that span, Joe Biden had like 2 hot mic moments that went viral. I mean, he was there for forever. I don't know if you expect President Trump to be there that long. But the reality is that, as I've talked to people close to him, he is enjoying this moment. He's happy to be back in the White House. He's happy to have a party that responds to him, that respects him. And he's happy, back to being the center of everything. And so I think you're going to see him show that happiness, shaking hands with his friends, shaking hands potentially with people who don't like him very much, Democrats, kind of pushing them to say something potentially. He's kind of reveling in this moment that he has now that he's back in the White House. And so I think he is going to be there a long time. Whether or not he's there as long as Joe Biden, I think only time will tell, because Joe Biden, I remember being there, covering it last year and being like, dang, can you leave? I'm trying to go home. So
It did have End of the night at your high school reunion type
Yeah,
vibe.
it's like, wrap it up, Joe. So we'll see. We'll see what Donald Trump does.
Yeah, I would guess too that like some of that was there's a little bit of wistfulness, like that Biden was running for re-election, but who knows what kind of doubts he may have had about his own his own path. That this is like a beginning as opposed to sort of an end, even if it seems like we've been in this loop for a while.
Yeah, you can see that the cabinet is still not completely seated. And they're not going to bring him in while there's still people in the aisles, but he is nearby. He's in the holding room next to the chamber and should be coming in shortly. Just want to remind our viewers. Obviously, we're going to shut up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
In
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Okay, so we see Tulsi. She was just on the show. Right? We have Tulsi, Mark Wayne Mullen, RFK Jr., Katie Britt was great. Here we go. We now await, I'm telling you, I promise you, I've covered a million of these. This is Trump next. The time is 9:10 Eastern Standard Time. President Trump. President Trump. Walking in soon. We're ready to freaking rock. Let's go. Okay. I'm watching with you. We don't want the stupid talking heads. We look at every single channel has just talking heads, and they're going to say whatever woke garbage they're going to say. We're going to lock in right here on the freshest, cleanest feed, and the reason why we're using a C-SPAN feed is because they have proprietary access to the cameras inside of the chamber. And C-SPAN's the only news outlet that's allowed to have cameras inside of the chamber. So they're crisp and they're fresh, and the audio is going to be so good. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to rock with it. Donald Trump next. The next thing you're going to see is a shot of the door. You're going to see them call out President Trump's name. Donald Trump's going to come rolling in, and we have excerpts from President Trump's speech right in front of us right now. I don't want to get ahead of the president, obviously, but they've released this to the press. And so let's freaking go. Donald Trump's going to be talking a lot about the economy, a lot about the border. He's going to talk a lot about Ukraine. He's going to talk about wars, and he's going to talk about bringing peace to the world. President Trump is going to talk about prices. He's going to talk about Joe Biden. He's going to talk about Barack Obama. And he's going to talk about Democrat leadership. He's going to roast libs. Let me tell you what, man. We're reading through some of the excerpts right now. It's crazy. Man, Donald Trump's going to go ham. So we are all seated and all prepared. This entire live has been a roundhouse of just kick-ass guests and people that we're just so excited to have on the program and so excited to see live. A lot of these people we've actually never met live. I never done anything live with. It's, different energy. It's fun. 12 senators, 12 members of Congress, all of them there, and 2 members of Trump's cabinet. What an honor. How special. How fun was this all? And now they're all seated. The Supreme Court seated. The vice president is seated, standing. And it's, again, ladies and gentlemen, it's still just talking heads. So I'm not talking over anybody. Of course, we're not going to be talking over President Trump. There are no microphones other than the microphone that the president will be speaking through right there at the dais. So there are no other microphones. So we have no audio. We just have every news channel just has a video of a feed, and you can't hear anyone talking. So we're just going to sit. We're just going to sit and lock in and be ready. The time is 9:13 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. President Trump due in seconds in the chamber. The Senate is seated. The House is seated while they're all standing. And Mike, here we go. Watch. There it is.
How is that going to be?
Go.
Here we go.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States, members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back. 6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started. I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country. And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever. Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded,
Mr. President.
a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session. Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber. Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record, to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever. They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month, and virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way. So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again. Every day, my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction. To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job. And we have ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good. And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back. And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And likewise, I renamed, for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military. And our country will be woke no longer. We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports. Three years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side, and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding. And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer. What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control, and we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA. To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps. Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight. Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real. $32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program, $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. I don't know what we're doing. We should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education. The most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taken back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them, and we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid, and nobody does, and it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby. Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229 One person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years. More than 100 years older than our country. But we're going to find out where that money's going, and it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families. And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it. With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, we will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money. Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk-takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax cuts. Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world. And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea. But that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was. And so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China, and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA. And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people. And they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to. Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer. Who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because there's goods that come in from other countries and companies. They're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in, and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama, Jeff Denard. Has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raise 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. And look where Biden took us, very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States. Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is a terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to. Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren. Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act. It's called the Laken-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley. Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president. Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know Alexis Nungary from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order? Thank you very much. All 3 savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much. Thank you, Roberta. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great, great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war on America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing. Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bond. Good luck. So important. It's going to do a great job. Cash, thank you. Thank you, Cash. They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. One year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests, and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer. And tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law. I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer. But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago. Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service. Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000. And now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. 1 in 36. Think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby? Good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you. Go get him. Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly, socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you. Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations. And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country, and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing, and thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a six-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets. Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the long gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places, they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it. Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1, but that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. And we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Now, Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it. He got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job. And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security, and I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice. And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown. That when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter, was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords. And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes. $2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans. But I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight. To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their 2 beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you. To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his 3 beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk, to the astronauts who touched the moon. Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age. These workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities. These warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond. And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
We got
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was just rowdy. That was just amazing. Donald Trump at his absolute best. Just the absolute best. Okay, let's pop on over. If we have, there we go. C-SPAN. The White House feed just ending there. Donald Trump greeting the generals. Just an unbelievable speech. How do you boo? How do you not clap for that speech? How do you boo during that speech? How do you do? What exactly are you booing? A speech centered entirely on American greatness and on making this country great again, on fixing so many of the problems, on honoring young boys who have brain cancer and making them honorary Secret Service agents. In tear-jerking moments, Sean Curran, the new head of the Secret Service, that was probably the mode of the night, and Democrats couldn't even stand for it. Democrats couldn't stand and clap for Laken Riley's mother. These goblins, the absolute bloody cheek of these people, to stand for one thing. They stood up and screamed at Donald Trump. One of them had to be forcibly removed. His name was Al Green. It was sick to watch. They stood there with their stupid little cards and their little protest buttons, yelling and shouting. Again, the sergeant-at-arms had to come in and remove Democrats physically. 78-year-old Al Green shaking his cane. But all in all, how can you possibly fight against this? It's just a beautiful, beautiful, crystallizing speech that perfectly set in motion the next 4 years that we are going to have as a country. Danny Derbina is joining us. You know Danny, one of our intrepid producers at the program, and also a great film host. So thank you for that. Danny hosting us here in DC, lives in DC. What's your takeaways, brother?
Man, what a night. We saw so many amazing moments there. Of course, we saw President Trump when he appointed America's newest Secret Service agent, a 13-year-old with terminal brain cancer diagnosis. And what was shocking about that is, Democrats sat on their hands. They couldn't even muster up a single applause. And it's it's pretty remarkable. And you have that. But then Trump just laying out a masterful speech, really with a resounding message that America is back. That was his first line, I believe. He walked out and he addressed the nation, telling them America is back. No longer do we have the years of a bumbling president who can't muster up a speech for 5 minutes. President Trump was there for two hours giving a speech riddled with some amazing moments. So I was, there we go. We see Trump right there with MTG. I thought it was a really, really great speech, and what a way to kick off the next 4 years.
What was your favorite Trump positive line from the speech? Because obviously him kicking out, Al Green getting kicked out is funny. I've never seen that happen ever. And we've seen some rowdy moments at these States of the Union. We've seen Nancy Pelosi rip up Trump's speech. We've seen Marjorie Taylor Greene yell about Laken Riley. And we've seen Lauren Boebert, who was here with us earlier, say, she screamed at Joe Biden about the wall and then about the Afghanistan soldiers who were killed with a suicide bomb that President Trump honored. So we've seen these back and forth, and this gets a lot of the attention. But what do you think was sort of the set piece for President Trump's policies that he put forth that was your favorite?
There were so many great moments. A moment I really loved when he was talking about the Gulf of America. It's so Trumpian. It's so fantastic. And I love that he brought that into his speech, to his State of the Union. I also loved how he forced Democrats to sit through him laying out the successes of the last, 30-something days. And he even, Democrats have pitched a fit the past week about sort of negotiations with Ukraine and Russia, and he went out there and he said, you know what, they're actually coming to the table now, ready to negotiate, once again showing that the art of the deal is alive and well, something that the Democrats haven't quite caught up to. So I thought that was really cool. They had to sit through that, which must have been a miserable experience for them. But he laid out success after success, and I just thought it was a really, really powerful speech heading into the true American golden age that we're going to have for the next 4 years.
Yeah, man. My favorite net positivist moment when Trump wasn't interacting with the audience was, it's very simple, but it's when President Trump said, I know in my heart that God saved me. I believe it. I know it. I know God saved me. When he was talking about Butler. And that, I got emotional listening to that. The moral clarity on that, the moral clarity on the trans issue, the moral clarity on the right to life, the moral clarity that President Trump has right now rings like a bell. He did not have it the same way. It wasn't the same force of will that he had in the first term. That bullet missing his head by a millimeter changed him forever. And that the people that are closest to him say that. And the people who are like his best friends say there's something that changed in him. And President Trump standing up and declaring that God saved and spared my life for a reason. He's sort of touched on that before. He's like danced a little bit near that line. This is the clearest and most concise I've ever heard him say it. It was really remarkable to hear. It was neat. I got chills listening to that. Yeah, I think like not standing for Laken Riley's mother it's crazy, man. What, like, how can you? It's like if you want to go to the exact opposite of that, right? Like the death of Laken Riley, you can't like respect the fact that her mother's there. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Just take a step back. I mean, I recall when one of Trump's State of the Union addresses during his first term, Democrats wouldn't stand up for record low black unemployment. And just to show you like the level of Trump derangement, that was like peak. Like, how could you not stand for that? And now we're here like somewhat, 10 years later, and they're not standing for the death of they're not standing in solidarity with the family, the grieving family of a dead American who died under the policies of Joe Biden. And just the detachment of being an American and being sympathetic to ailing Americans is, I think it perfectly captures what Trump derangement syndrome has done to these people. They are unable to sympathize with Americans, whereas 4 years ago it was just unemployment numbers. Now it's we can't console the mother of a Gold Star mother.
So we have, and I want just a correction there. Gold Star mother. Gold Star mother is when your child dies in the service, and the Laken Riley's parents are not Gold Star parents, but they deserve our respect, obviously, and they deserve to have the entire Congress stand up and applaud for them out of their suffering and out of their loss. And the Laken Riley Act was passed in the Senate actually with bipartisan support, so I don't know why they couldn't do that. But anyway,
angel parent.
Yeah. So anyway, we actually have the eye roll. Apparently, we've captured the actual eye roll at the very end. This beautiful moment. Klein, can you load that up? And you got that? It's like an actual eye roll from Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who was the leader of the Democrat Party. She was like the chairwoman of the DNC. And when President Trump was honoring DJ, this young boy with brain cancer, Debbie Wasserman Schultz is rolling her eyes. This boy's clearly suffered. He has scars on his head, and he's being roundly applauded, and Democrats are not clapping, and in fact, they're eye rolling right now, which is just nuts. You got it? Okay, let's roll.
Sure, their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act. But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago. Join.
Okay. So, yeah, we got the eye roll there from Debbie Wasserman Schultz. I don't know how much more grotesque you can possibly be as a just human being to not have some warmth in your heart and appreciate that and applaud for it. But anybody who has a family member who's suffered through cancer or died of cancer was in tears at that moment. I certainly was. And I'm not exactly certain what the Democrat Party is trying, but what message are they trying to send here exactly? That we don't clap for kids with cancer, that we don't clap for parents who've lost their children and had their children died. Their children died because of our policies. You don't clap for that? We're not going to acknowledge that. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to play little games. We're going to play games, and we're going to hold up placards like you were at an auction, or to wave your cane like a Batman villain. You look like a Geico caveman. No, man, it was a really bad showing for Democrats and an excellent showing for President Trump. I've again never heard him with such clarity of purpose. In his speech, he just like eviscerated the haters and went directly at the issues that are like sacred cows. Again, for the left, and there is not going to be a rebuttal for it. There is no rebuttal. And the way that they behaved was just pedantic. It was like spoiled brat children. It was the exact style of attitude that we saw at the White House with Zelensky that everybody hated. And so, obviously, do you want to win the night? Like this is how you do it. The way that Trump walked out of this building is going to be like an extra 5 to 6 percentage points in approval ratings.
Oh yeah, I think every American watching the speech tonight got the same message. Watching Trump deliver, just a message of success and optimism for America, rather than the doom and gloom we've seen over the past 4 years. We saw him like really soak it in as he walked out of the chamber there, shaking hands with members. And I think that the takeaway that every American will get watching this speech, as was mine, is America is back. It's a very simple message. They've plastered it all over their social media, all over the White House communication websites, but it's not orchestrated. It's not, it's real. The whole agenda is driven by this message that we're returning America to what it should be. And I think his speech today was really a strong showing of that. So should be we'll see how the leftist media tries to spin this tomorrow, but I think they're going to have a really tough time doing it because I think every American is getting the same message we are tonight.
Yeah, I think game over. I think it's not. I think there is no spinning this as a good night for Democrats. When you've lost Meghan McCain, you've lost it all. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a rowdy 5-6 hour stream for us. We are very, very excited to have brought you 2 cabinet secretaries, including, I don't know how, like clearly a shape-shifting transportation device, Brooke Rollins, who was live on the stream and then on the floor of the U.S. House, like in 30 seconds. I don't know how that was possible. 5-hour stream tonight. 2 cabinet secretaries, half a dozen members of Congress, half a dozen members of the House, half a dozen members of the Senate, and you. And we just want to thank you. You make all of this possible. It's so exciting to come up here to Capitol Hill and to get welcomed into the Speaker's office. And it's all because of you. And to have members of Congress and members of the administration so excited to come on and like vibe with us. And it's because of the size of the audience that we have here and our ability to throw our weight around, have more fun than everybody else, and to experience and enjoy the golden age. For that, we thank our sponsors at Advantage Gold for helping us into the golden age. And ladies and gentlemen, you should check out our sponsors. The link's in the description. You, though, are our main sponsor and our main reason for being here. It took it just does take quite a bit of effort and gear to to build a studio in the middle of what is like a little chandeliered office. And so we just appreciate doing this entire journey together because it's a lot of fun, actually. We promise we'll have more fun in the front seat to the golden era. You are in the right place. Please like, share, and subscribe on this video, and we'll see you. It's your boy Benny and Danny.
See ya.
The President of the United States.
Truth gon' be faith and freedom on your TV screen. Stand up strong, battle through the night. The Benny Show's here, bringing liberty to life. From the speeches to debates, Benny sharp like a blade, cutting through the lies, watch the truth cascade. With the warrior's heart, this man never fades. You know it's prime time when Benny invades. From saving the nation to stories untold, the Benny Show's a storm, see the truth unfold. Stay in the loop, let freedom take hold. Salting all the libs, soul never sold. It's the Benny Show, where the truth gon' be. Faith and freedom on your TV screen. Stand up strong, battle through the night. The Benny Show's here, bringing liberty to life. Liberty to light, bringing liberty to light. Liberty to light, bringing liberty to life. From the speeches to debates, Benny sharp like a blade, cutting through the lies, watch the truth cascade. With the warrior's heart, this man never fades. You know it's prime time when Benny invades. From saving the nation to stories untold, the Benny Show's a storm, see the truth unfold. Stay in the loop, let freedom take hold. Salting all the libs, soul never sold. It's the Benny Show, where the truth gon' be. Faith and freedom on your TV screen. Stand up strong, battle through the night. The Benny Show's here, bringing liberty to light. Bringing liberty to light. Bringing liberty to light. Bringing liberty to light. Bringing liberty to light.